Well, it's finals time in the Grand Palais, day 3 of wheelchair fencing here at Paris 2024, and first of the 2 team events. Both the men's and the women's competition in the foil will have the bronze medal matches. Following them, the gold. It's China and Great Britain guaranteed at least silver to add to their collections, and Hungary will also be joining the medal table here in the Grand Palais, thanks to the fact they've made it through to that gold medal match. France, Hong Kong, and the 2 teams from Italy are going to be fighting for the bronze medal. Well, that is the sound of the introduction.
Miss France 2024, the winner of Miss France 2024. Merci d'accueillir. Please welcome Gilles.
And we've gone away from the sporting prowess for our Coupe de Bâton. Al Shakerez, the current Miss France. So Yves Gilles, my apologies, the current Miss France from 2024. She has officially opened this evening's session here in the Grand Palais. A tradition that has been taken from French theatre and used throughout these Olympics and Paralympic Games. Just adding to the theatrical note that we have here in this wonderful venue.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Well, my name is Heather Fell, and today I am joined by Commonwealth silver medalist fencer Karim Bashir. And Karim, you've been following all the action throughout today. What are you most looking forward to seeing?
Well, China are in absolutely stunning form, as we knew before coming into the competition. Multiple winners of the gold medals here. Pretty impressed by Hungary's women's team. They're looking pretty strong as well. And all these matches today have been super exciting. And I think the key thing here is looking at the order that the teams come on in our first match. We can talk more about the importance of team orders.
Well, Karim alluded to it slightly there, but we have category A and B fencers competing in the same team. So if you have been following the fencing for the last couple of days, you will have seen we've had men's and women's category A and category B gold medals awarded in each session. And now they combine as one within the team. It's a minimum of 1 category B fencer must be included in the team. And it'll only be 3 fencers that actually are fencing in the rotation, although substitutions can be brought in, which we might get to see.
Bronze medal match. Vos arbitres, the referees, Karim Awada, Farina Orpechakit, Arutun Ratchatrian.
It's a straightforward match. No repechage for the routes through to the bronze and the gold medal matches in the team event.
Representing Hong Kong, China, Fong Yuchang, Yu Chuye, Tong Gatin, Chen Yanping.
Well, that was the team from Hong Kong, China, introduced to the crowd.
Representing Italy,
I think there's a few fans for the team from Italy. They are now introduced. It's going to be a close match here. The Italians winning a medal in this event at the last 2 Paralympic Games. Hong Kong, China finishing 4th at the last 2 Paralympic Games. Well, one of these teams will go home with a medal. Well, there's a confirmation of the Italian team. Fiona Andre Morgos, Rosanna Pasquino, Loredana Triglia, and probably one of the most famous faces from wheelchair fencing, Beatrice Maria Villagrandes, known as Bebe Vio to her fans. And the team from Hong Kong, China, Yu Chu-yi, Fan Pui-xian, Chung Yu-ping, and Tong Nya-ting. Karen, whilst we're preparing, maybe you want to just explain a little bit how the team element works with these Category A and Category B fences.
Every team has to have at least one Category B fencer in the Category A and Category B fencers, differing impairments. The Category A fencers have more trunk control, so can effectively move a lot more easily in the chair. So when we see a Cat A fencer going up against a Cat B fencer, it's not unusual for the Cat A fencer to score quite a few hits. So in terms of the team format, how it works, it's a relay of 9 legs of fencing. First pairing go on and they fence up to 5, and the second pairing come on and they adopt the score and go up to 10, and so on and so forth through 9 relays. So the target score is 45 points. The teams choose their order in private. They don't know the order of the other team, so there's a lot of prediction going on, and they're saying, right, we think the opposite team are going to go on in this order, so we're going to go on in the other order. Both teams have substitutes as well. They can bring in at 1 fight notice. Foil, if you use foil, is a point weapon. Target area is defined by the silvery jacket they're wearing called the lame. Covers off the target area, which is the torso, everything apart from the arms, legs and the head. And foil is a weapon of convention, so our referees for the match, 3 of them in team competitions, have to decide who has the priority in the final action. If you're being attacked, you've got 2 options. You can block with your blade, that's called a parry, or you can make miss by leaning back in your chair and making the attack fall short. And if you do either of those things, it's your turn to attack.
Well, here's confirmation of the first bout of 9, as Karen was explaining. Tong Nyating on the right-hand side against Yanila Andrea Mogos on the left. Now, Tong is a Category B fencer facing a Category A fencer. What are the team tactics likely to be in that situation?
Well, I think before we get to that, the fact that Tong's on first for Hong Kong means that the way they line up in the order, she also goes on last, so she's the anchor for the team as well. It's an unusual lineup to do that. It's an unusual thing to put your Cat B fencer on as anchor. So Hong Kong, China are thinking about getting the lead going into that 9th leg, and for Tong to hold on. Cat A against Cat B at the beginning here. Italy will be seeking Mogos here to get into a big lead, a heavy lead. But the thing is, Italy are also anchoring with their Cat B fencer, Bebe Veo, who's coming on last. She's superb, she's amazing. 2017 Laureus Disability Annual Global Superstar. She is a very, very good. So what we've got here is they've predicted each other and they thought, well, you're never going to put your Cat B fencer on last, and they both ended up doing the same thing. So we're going to have an interesting matchup here. There's a big gap between Bebevia's first and second fight, and that's where the Italians in legs 3, 4 and 5 will be looking to do some damage.
Well, so tactical, and so much can change throughout a team event. And you mentioned Bebevio doing that anchor leg. Well, it was that first medal for Italy, the bronze back in Rio. They didn't expect to win, and she had an incredible performance to actually bring them back into the lead and take that victory in that bronze medal match. And the celebrations after that became rather famous. It was a very special moment to watch. I would suggest going back and just looking at the celebrations of the Italian team from that. If you didn't witness it, find it on YouTube. You never know, we might see something similar today.
Attack, no valor. En garde. Prêt, allez.
So Category B fencer has less trunk control than the Category A. You'll see them potentially using a little bit more power from their back arm to help control their body and their movements.
Attack, no valor. En garde. Prêt, allez. Halt, attack. No valable. En garde. Prêt, allez. Halt. Attaque à gauche. No valable. En garde. Prêt. Allez.
It feels as though we're seeing more initiation coming from Tong, the Category B fencer.
En garde.
Agreed. Morgos is
Prêt. Allez.
stoic, isn't she? She's sitting there trying to bring Tong into her. She's luring the attack so she can work off it. If your opponent comes closer to you, especially for a Cat A fencer, it's much easier to hit. And Morgos has got a bit of height in her as well, so I'm wondering if we're going to see if he flicks over the back to shoulder.
Attaque offert. En voilà. En garde.
Very steady, calm approach from Morgos here.
Yeah, it feels a fast work rate from Tong, but Morgos' patience paid off with that first hit. You said obviously wanting to get a large lead, but it is first to 5, so that will be the biggest margin Italy can have is a 5-point lead if Tong doesn't score a point in these 3 minutes.
Yeah, and Tong's approach is not too much of a surprise either. She's trying to sneak in a couple of hits here just to get Hong Kong China off the mark.
Remise attaque. Non, voilà. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halt. Parade. Riposte. Non, voilà.
Well, Italy will also be using this as a time to, I mean, they would have analysed the athletes ahead of time, but they'll be just watching Tong, knowing that she's the athlete that they potentially might have to come through and beat by, you know, starting at the deficit of that final 9th match.
Prêt. Allez. Halt.
I'm going to break the match down into 3 sections, really. The first 3 legs to establish. Essentially, both teams looking to establish a lead. The middle 3, if you're leading, you want to build that lead up and make it bigger. If you're trailing, you want to try and hunt down the leading team. And then when you get to leg number 7, that's really where we can start to analyse who is in pole position.
Just off target, I think Tong celebrating slightly prematurely. Morgos just able to manoeuvre her body out of the reach of Tong.
The other thing that one has to take into account here is that the expectation on the Cat B fencers when they're fencing a Cat A fencer is not necessarily about points. There's a little bit of investigation going on as well. What parries are those Cat A fencers doing today? Which way round are they going? Are they preferring a lateral parry, so in the high line going from the on-guard position, which is called Seeked, across the cart straight away, a windscreen wiper type parry? Or are they doing circular parries and trying to go underneath the blade and pick them up and push them over to the other side? So there is exploration involved in the job of the Cat B fencer as well.
Is the horror on the mask?
So, like Sabre, the athletes have to make sure their hair's tucked away, because if it covers the lame jacket, it can prevent a hit from being scored. It'll come up off target rather than on target.
Yes. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Attack.
The referee just been given a new remote for the clock. 3 minutes is allowed per block of 5, and this will become more important later on when potentially there's a large deficit for one of the teams and they have a stronger fencer coming in, and they've got to make the most of that whole time allowed to try to get back up to their maximum score. Morgos 1 hit away from ending this first bout.
Parade, riposte. Non, voilà. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halt. Attaque. Non, voilà. En garde. Prêt. Allez.
Well, 2-time European silver medalist would most certainly be the favourite in this. Irrelevant of the category difference.
Ooh, that's a big call. Even as he said it, the referee from Germany was getting up to go to the video. I'm not sure that either fencer called for a video appeal there. The fencers get 1 appeal per leg. I think that's Tong's attack. giving it a preparation. There you go. Shows you how much the slow motion replay gives you. Little hesitation at the start, so Tongs extended her arm, stopped, and then Mogos has picked it up. It didn't look to be simultaneous, that's for sure.
Well, probably a score that would have been expected from either team. And now to keep things moving fast, we actually have the next two athletes set up on the adjacent piste. So it's Fan Puishan on for Hong Kong, China, and Beatrice Villagrandi, the Italian we were speaking about earlier, who will be the anchor leg for Italy, comes on for her first of 3 bouts. And now we have a reversal. Italy with their Category B fencer up against Hong Kong, China with their Category A fencer. So this is where Hong Kong, China would hope to get back in the competition and potentially actually put themselves into the lead.
On guard. Pray. Allez. Attack. Parade. Repose. No. Remise. No bala.
You expect to see things fast from the start, don't you, when you're watching VO?
Attack. No. Attack. No bala. On guard. The position. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque. Parade et pause. Push. Point. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque. Parade et pause.
Nice hit from VO there. After being hit with a classic righty versus lefty carte coupe flick to the body where you come across the left-hander's blade and then flick into the body. She just tried it again there. VO comes back with a parry riposte of her own. Fan wasn't at her best in the semi-final against Hungary. Came away from that matchup, which obviously was a loss, which is why they're here. But she came away with a -6 indicator and gave 3 hits to the Hungarian Category B fencer. I say gave. The Hungarian B fencer got 3 hits against her. She did, though, take the lead for them. Hungary were behind at the point, and then she scored 7.
That was a early preemptive movement from Fan. Not surprised when you come up against VO, because VO is known for being so fast to react to that LA as well. You can sometimes actually force your opponent to make the mistake instead.
Dangerous to go for VO's shoulder, even as a right-hander, because she's so quick at getting away, and she managed to get a counter block in there as well. And again, she's got to stop doing that, Fan, if she's going to try and get the lead for Hong Kong.
Attack, parade, repose, no bala. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attack, no attack. Push. Point.
It was a lucky one there.
En garde. Prêt, allez. Attack, parade, repose. Push.
Changed the line of the parry that time. Fan.
En garde. Prêt, allez.
Fabulous stuff.
Point.
Speed of movement is incredible.
En garde.
Beat attack, really sharp parry riposte, and then in the end another parry to finish things off.
Final parade repose. No bala.
The intensity that Pepe VO fences at is just quite exceptional. To remind you, this is a Category B fencer on your left, fencing a Category A fencer. And you wouldn't think it from watching. Well, that was a great round for Italy, staying in the lead. Hong Kong, China able to get 3 points on the board, but they're now trailing by 7, with both teams having had their Category B fences. So in a sense, it's a level playing field. two category A fencers coming on next.
Le score 10-3 pour l'Italie. Le score 10-3 for Team
Loredana
Le prochain,
Triglia
next bout.
on the left for Italy.
Loredana
And the
Triglia
final
à Yui Chi.
part of setup being done over on the adjacent piece. So we move back, and it's Yu Chu Yi, our opponent. Due to the frames being fixed, we have a left-hander Yu and fencing right-hander Triglia, and we actually get the back view, which
Yeah.
is not so good for spectating from here, but the referee, well, he gets a great view.
En garde. Prête. Allez.
Okay, great shots of flicks to shoulder there.
Préparation à droite. L'attaque à gauche. Touché. Pas. En garde.
You fenced really well
En garde.
in
Can you aim
the
it?
semi-final
En
against
garde.
Hungary. She was the only Hong Kong-China fencer that ended up with positive indicators. The indicators are a measure of the individual performance
En garde.
within
Halt.
a team match.
Yes.
It's basically the number of hits you score minus the number of
Yes.
hits that are scored
En garde.
against you that create your indicator.
Prête.
Zero
Allez.
means parity. You've not
Halt.
got any extra
Attaque.
points for your team, but
Touché.
you've also not lost any. Positive is obviously where you want to be.
En garde. Prête. Allez. Halt. L'attaque non valable. En garde. Prête. Allez. Halt. L'attaque non valable. Triglia.
Lifting there, so Trigilia's come out of the seat. You've got to have your
En garde.
bottom in contact with the seat itself, because obviously if you lift yourself up,
La
it
dernière
doesn't happen
pareille.
so much going backwards, but we have seen it today. If you're going backwards, you're extending the allowed amount of distance you can put between yourself and your opponent. Happens more often going forwards, where you're getting some extra reach by
You have to
lifting
be in
yourself
the
out
middle
of the
chair.
seat.
Yes. Yes. It's okay.
Well, in fact, if you see the lines,
garde.
so we've got this back, this
Prête.
rear view,
Allez.
the line in the middle of their jacket is for the starting position. So the referee then just asking you to make sure she's sat in the centre of her wheelchair. You see there's a line down the back of the chair, and that has to line up with the vertical line on their jackets, and that's also part when they do the measuring up to ascertain the distance between the two fencers. Well, it's certainly something you want to have incredibly secure. It's the force that they are putting through these chairs and the fixings the chairs are held to.
En garde.
The speed of the movement we've been witnessing.
Halt. Remise non valable. En garde. Piste Triglia. Last time. En garde. Prête. Allez. Halt. Préparation. Attaque.
Marina Wada there, not
Pas.
taking any nonsense. Really leaning forwards at the start.
En garde. Prête. Allez. Halt. Remise non valable.
Well, she's definitely going with that tactic, isn't she? As
En garde.
first out the blocks on the alley.
Prête. Allez. Halt. Pareil. Poste touché.
Power pass from you. Good leg from you. And she's
En garde.
carrying on from the semi-final
Prête.
loss with the
Allez.
form. The most valuable fencer on the Hong Kong team at the moment.
Halt. You. The flash is okay.
Well, this is, like you say, the most positive performance so far. The end of the first third. It's the first of 15, and Hong Kong China at this rate could end up taking the lead for the first time
Prête.
in
Allez.
this bronze medal match.
Halt. Remise non valable. En garde. Prête, allez. Halte. L'attaque offerte, non valable.
This idea there to convert the mainly defensive approach Yu's taken to going out on the attack immediately off the alley.
Prête, allez. Préparation à droite. L'attaque à gauche, touché. Point. En garde.
The beauty of the relay system being born out right in front of us. The ladder, if you like, of scoring in team fencing does allow for the trailing team to come back. Limited to just 5 points. Yu is chasing down that 15 we were talking about.
These are probably the two most experienced fencers from either team. Triglia at her 7th Paralympic Games. And Yu with 7 Paralympic gold medals to her name. First one back in 2004. And Triglia first competed back in 2000. So real stalwarts of their teams.
It's an interesting time in wheelchair fencing in that respect, because we've got this transitional period, if you like. We've got many, many athletes here that have been to multiple games, some at their 7th games, believe it or not, in the wheelchair fencing. But the new blood that's coming in, the younger fencers that are coming in, are getting up to speed super fast. Such as the development of the sport now. There are more clubs, more places around the world. And, you know, if you are interested in watching this sport, you will be able to find a club near you in pretty much any country that's represented here, at least. Lifting again. That's another freebie.
Triglia will be desperate to see that score of 15. Really afford to make these mistakes, and suddenly from those last 2 errors, it has now come to 12 apiece. The first time that Hong Kong China have featured and been equal with Italy since we started this 12 hits ago.
En garde. Prête. Allez. Halte. L'attaque. Touché.
Now here we have a change of lead, and that just shows how expensive those 2 red cards have been.
Halte. Attaque. Non. Reprise d'attaque. Touché.
She's not done it with anything that's been super spectacular. She's taken her time to just pick off the Italian, and that is a tremendous run from Yu. She could be the difference between these 2 teams.
Now look at that, 12 hits to Trigilia's 2. It looked quite a significant deficit that Hong Kong China came in with, but made light work of it, and suddenly Italy find themselves under pressure. We're now going to start to see the repeat of the athletes we've seen, just coming up against a different opponent. So 3 fencers in either team all fence each other, which gives us a total of 9 bouts.
This is where the Italians will be looking to do some damage.
Right. Allez.
First one has not gone well.
Non, voilà.
This match and the next one are where Italy want to establish as big a lead as they possibly can.
Right. Allez. Halt. Final, parade, repose. Non, voilà.
Well, again, we still have 2 Category A fencers against each other, so in theory that we don't expect to see quite such a disparity in that score.
En garde. En garde.
When you're talking about experience earlier, Karim, fan at the age of 49, first represented Hong Kong China back in 2004.
Attack. No, voilà.
Has 7 Paralympic medals, but a bit of a hiatus from 2012 until now, so Hong Kong trying to maybe bring her back in the team, potentially to win a medal.
Well, there's a number of reasons that athletes in Paralympic sports disappear for a bit. Injuries sometimes take a long time to recover from. There are athletes, of course, in all sports, and certainly here in the fencing hall, who just got fed up of the routine or moved away from where, you know, life took them away from where the training was. And all of a sudden reappear. There's a bocce player here. He didn't compete for 10 years internationally, came back and within 6 months was on the national team, qualified for the next Olympic Games here in Paris.
We saw Mogos playing the more defending style of early start to her match and her opener. And it worked obviously on that occasion. Looks as though she might be trying with the same approach here.
Yeah, part of her style, like you say. Slightly different against Tong, who she knew was going to come after her. There'll be a Cat B fencer. Could be a dangerous thing to continue that style, that defensive tactic against another Cat A fencer.
Well, Mogos just being able to stay out of distance whilst asking the referee for halt. There's so many connections of the wires in fencing. You've got to make sure everything is firmly connected, both in wheelchair fencing and in non-disabled fencing.
Final, parade, repose, no, voilà. En garde. Break. Allez.
Well, this is the next to 20 if you are just joining. We have 9 bouts in total, and this is now into the middle third, so to speak. All fencers have fenced in this, and now they have, well, this is the first of the second match for Mogos and for Fan. Karam, you're leaning in, watching closely at the slow-mo, and it doesn't look like it's a clear decision for the referees either.
It's a question of whether the hit landed on the first action on the Hong Kong athlete. I think that's what they're looking at. They possibly just was trying to look as well at whether the Italian left the seat.
Change.
Yeah. So the first action from Fan was the one that landed. You can't, in our replay, we don't have the lights, so you can't actually see, you can't establish, especially if the shot goes out of picture as it did then, or they actually contact with the jacket.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. Allez.
Mogos looking like she almost got stuck in that position there.
Assistant.
An off-target hit.
It's okay.
Caused the halt.
Yes. Assistant.
So ducking of the head is not allowed in fencing, and that's what Fan is suggesting happened. You are allowed to move your head down, but you've got to keep your chin up. If you tilt your head forwards, you're starting to cover the valid target area at the top of your chest.
Oh, also making the back of your skull rather vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, there is that danger element, but I mean, if you're going to do that, that's sort of your fault. But yes, that is true. The referee will call that for a safety element, but it's more about effectively covering your target. Obscuring your target is the proper technical term. Use covering of the target when you use your back arm to come across the lame jacket. Don't see that so much in wheelchair fencing because usually the back arm is holding on to the back rest of these adaptive chairs. In case of fan, it's actually strapped onto the back of the chair.
On guard. On guard. Break. Allez. Aye. Attack. No. On guard. Break. Allez.
1 minute gone into this match already, and only 1 point to either side. This is a slower sort of progressing match than we might expect.
On guard.
Two evenly matched fencers in Mogos and Fan.
On guard.
Favouring the Hong Kong team
Break.
because Italy are definitely looking to do damage in last match, this match, and the next match. This plays in favour of Hong Kong, and the slower pace of it is actually working out for them in terms of hits as well. They won't mind if they get through this period and not get to the target score of 20 points. They'd love it if they got the next 3 points unanswered. They got to 20, 13, because then in the next match, which I believe is Tregelia and Tong, category B fencer, Tregelia's got a lot of work to do against the Cat B fencer.
On guard. On guard. Break. Allez.
Well, the atmosphere has been electric in the Grand Palais during these Paralympic Games as well as during the Olympics. Sometimes the athletes just listen out closely to hear the referee.
On guard. Break. Allez. Aye. Attack. No, voilà. On guard. Break. Allez. Aye. Para proposta finale.
This is very much going Hong Kong's way at the moment.
On guard. Break. Allez. Aye. Attack. No, voilà. On guard.
You've got to be thinking about the strategy that both teams are trying to adopt here. The gap between Vio's fights is Italy will see as an opportunity for their Cat A fencers to go out there and go and get a bunch of hits. From Hong Kong's point of view, they want to be in the lead when their Cat B fencer comes on. She's coming on next. So the next fight, really, if Hong Kong can get themselves 4, 5, potentially 7 points up, Tregelia's got to score 7 before she even gets on parity, or before she gets to the target score of the fight before, and then has to start building the lead.
Allez.
I'm not saying this one's dead for Italy, by no means am I saying that, but it just means it's a lot harder work for the Cat A fencers.
No. On guard. On guard. Break. Allez.
Yes, look on that this week.
Before Fan celebrates too much. You see Karim Awada just wanting confirmation. Tense moments here in the Grand Palais. We reached the midway point of this bronze medal match. This is the women's team foil event. Italy, the silver medalists 3 years ago. They were in this position in Rio, and they came through for the bronze.
Sumende, one. En garde. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halt. Attaque, non, voilà. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halt. Final attack.
Just it's funny, the Hong Kong China and the Chinese fencers have got an amazing ability to remain seated in the chair and put a huge bit of distance between themselves and their opponents. The worst they come off with is an off-target light against them.
Next. En garde. Yes. Vite, vlad sus mâna. Quick, yes.
I think Mogos just suggesting that fans' lame part of the jacket is creeping up, which is then making it harder for the Italian to actually reach that. It's just happening as fans going back, and then when she comes back forwards, the jacket doesn't move back down, and it is decreasing the size of the target.
Yeah. But it's not like the Italians don't play that game as well. I mean, you know, these jackets over the years have gone higher and higher up the hip. And, you know, you see it in the men's competition as well. One of the top men's Olympic foilists has it looks like his jacket is up by his belly button. But they all have to pass a technical check ahead of the competition. So they have to fit the athlete at the time. And, of course, the referees are there to make sure that those jackets do fit. They get a stamp on them. They're lucky enough to have a Paris 2024 stamp on them here to say, yeah, they pass all the regulations. Yes, by the book, by the rules, it's supposed to sit on your hip. That does look quite high for Fan, that lame jacket. I haven't seen anyone else complaining about it today.
Well, Fan might be complaining to Mogos about Mogos's hair resting on her lame jacket at the back there.
And on top of all of that, they're all worrying about the score as well. Is the score correct? So, a little bit of a rest. I'm wondering whether that was just actually a bit of a momentum change, a little chance for the Italians to stop the fight. Let's just cause a little bit of disruption, ask some questions, slow things down, give Mogos a little thinking time.
Well, Mogos was quick out the blocks, so potentially that was a result of that game plan.
En garde. Halt. En garde. Prêt. Allez.
You're right about the hair, but I haven't seen Fan going for the shoulder. I'm surprised that the assistant referee hasn't for that to happen. Of course, the Italian coach who's sitting right there, who's complaining about Fan's jacket's not saying a thing, is he? He's not going to go. Look, my athlete's hair's in the way.
Well,
All's fair in love and fencing.
Oh yes. Well, Mogos and Fan now 3 victories each. So Italy just trailing by the 3. Only 30 seconds left, and it is the first to 20. If either athlete can get that, as you're saying earlier, Karim, it might well be just shy of that.
You know what? talking about how much this is good for Hong Kong. If the score doesn't get to 20, that favours the trailing team. On 2 now to get on parity.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halt. Final, parade, repose. Non, voilà. En garde. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halt. Parade, repose, touche.
Look at what's happened. A little stall in the fight. The jacket's not right, the jacket's not right. Arrested the momentum that Hong Kong had. All well within the rules. I'm not accusing anyone of cheating. To be fair, it's a valid question. The jacket does look quite high. But I don't think it was about that.
And whether it was or wasn't, something has changed here. The pendulum has swung in the favour of Italy. And they are right back in the mix here.
Got time to win this. Finally. Yes, that hair, if it was hit, it wasn't, fortunately, but if it was hit, the potential for an off-target light to come up on a valid bit of target was very, very high.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halt. Finale, non valable.
Just 4 seconds remaining. Smorgos trying to prepare herself for one last hit. Could she bring it back to equal scores?
En garde. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halt. Time.
Well, that concludes full 3 minutes of fencing. 6 victories for Smorgos, 4 for Fan, putting Hong Kong, China just 1 point ahead.
Against Italy. 5e match, 5th bout.
It was looking like Hong Kong, China might have had a larger margin before handing over to their Category B fencer. Can Italy optimise this opportunity now? Five bouts remaining to decide the bronze medal.
Attack. Push. 1.
Brilliant start. Absolutely brilliant from Tong. I don't think heard the referee, or she just wasn't ready.
Pray. Allez. Attack unfair.
Oh, video straight away. You see Triglia going absolutely berserk at the referee. Surely not. You can't call that, ref. I did a beat. Well, I think the referee's right here. She went looking for the blade, didn't find it, and it's a disengage attack. You know, we didn't get the best angle.
I mean, for her to be that convinced when you only have one video appeal.
So she did pick up the blade, that's what it was. You can't always see it from that angle from behind the fence. You need to see it straight on. But it did look, from the angle we saw on, like she was actually trying to find the blade and didn't find it at all.
Yeah, we didn't see any contact, but, I mean, by her reaction, it made us think, well, she must be questioning for something, because that was a very passionate appeal, wasn't it?
You've got to be kidding me.
On guard.
The John McEnroe.
19-18.
Although I think he used to say, you can't be serious, wasn't it? Oh, that's John McEnroe's line.
Allez. Attack. No ball. On guard. Pray. Allez. Attack. One.
Okay. Kong got the first one. Hong Kong
On guard.
need to keep their wits about them here. And she's gone
Oh,
early.
that was...
Yellow card there, and that's a nightmare for Hong Kong, that is.
Pray.
Now she's got to be, oh, did she go early again? No, but it's a nightmare for them, because now Tong's got to sit there and wait, and it means Triglia
On guard.
kind of has an advantage every time they restart.
Pray. Allez. Attack on fair.
Using it at the
No ball.
moment, going backwards. So again, we've got another case like Mogos, where Italian fencer is just letting the Cat B fencer come to her and then trying to find the blade. And trying to make, miss, and then go for the attack.
On guard. Pray. Allez.
Well, that just looked like direct attack from both. How do you decide between that one?
Who's got the intent? Who?
Simultané. Liang. On guard.
No, you can't separate those ones. It was good that he went to have a look. I think my initial reaction was that it was Tong's, and then when you see the replay,
On guard.
there's nothing in it.
It's hard when we're seeing one, like you say, one angle as well. I mean, I know the ref is, but it's more 3D when you're there in person, isn't it? You get that feel.
Oh, and this angle for sure is much, much better. Having it straight on, you get a clearer picture of who's got the intent.
On guard. Pray. Allez. Parate post. No ball. On guard. Pray. Allez. Attack. No.
Tong just getting off target on Trigilia's leg on a couple of occasions, so Trigilia knows that backward movement is enough, doesn't she, to get out of the reach of Tong.
Yeah, it's interesting, because often a number of people, even here in Paris, have said to me, hey, Karen, isn't this unfair? We've got someone who's got more movement fencing someone who hasn't got as much movement. There's two things about it. One is, both teams are in that situation just as much as each other, because you've got to have one Cat B fencer in the team. The second thing is, what Tong's doing here is very clever. As Trigilia moves back, she's saying, well, OK, I can't get you, so I'm just going to hit you off target. I'm going to wear you down until you make a mistake. So, you know, you've got to use your brain in fencing.
That's very much a tactical sport, and I feel it almost feels more so when you don't have the option for as much change in distance.
And that makes the decision making for what you're going to do next much more critical as well.
Just everything, when it's so much closer, it comes at you that much faster.
I've tried it a few times. Fenced internationally for, I'm not even going to say how many years I fenced internationally, it's too long, it will age me, because it's 20 years since I did that. But I've tried it a number of times against some of the top British wheelchair fencers, and I think I probably in maybe 5 or 6 times had a go, scored about 3 hits.
Well, that just gives you a little bit of perspective, doesn't it? And it must make it so hard for these athletes to find enough athletes to train with. I know you say about the British setup that they do bring in a lot of able-bodied fencers to fence with them, but you need able-bodied fencers who obviously have such a high caliber to be able to kind of compete at this intensity, at this speed, and
in the run-up,
close quarters.
In the run-up to Tokyo 2020, the able-bodied fencers were going down to train with the wheelchair fencers at their Centre of Excellence in Bath in order to improve their hand speed. So the Olympic contenders for the British team were learning off the wheelchair fencers about how to get faster hands.
Well, you can see why, can't you? Just watching a few minutes of this women's foil match.
En garde.
Funny enough, Italy's another team that have joint training with their Olympic and Paralympic teams. And you can
Prêt, allez.
almost guarantee Hong Kong, China, and China itself will do the same thing because they've seen
Prêt,
the benefits for both teams learning from each other.
Pose non, remise non valable. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque contre attaque. Attaque, touche. Point.
And here we go.
Tong's doing really well here, doing really, really well.
It always does feel like it is damage limitation to a certain extent, and she is limiting that. 2 hits to Dragilia's 5.
Prêt, allez.
Well, the most Dragilia can get is 7 in a row here. First to 25.
Allez. Remise non valable.
5th bout.
En garde. Prêt, allez.
And Italy have their Category B fencer coming on next.
Prêt, allez. Allez. Attaque non valable. En garde. Prêt, allez. Allez. Attaque, touche. Point. Salut.
Well, Dragilia wrapping that up fairly quickly towards the end. Just putting Italy by 4 points. That was an important role, or those last 2 rounds. Just turn things around a little bit, but now it is Italy with Bebe Vio, their Category B, up against Yu Chu Yi, Hong Kong's Category A. So we could well see a lead change again. That being said, Beatrice Vio is one of the best Category B fencers in the world. Finished in the bronze medal position in the individual, but Paralympic champion from Rio and Tokyo. And she has made up deficits against Category A fencers before, so starting with a lead, she might well be able to maintain that.
En garde. Tenue aimée. Yes, en garde. En garde. Prête, allez. Halte, l'attaque non. Contre-attaque non valable.
You can see Yu is the taller and the longer reach of the 2 fencers.
Prête, allez.
Actually giving her some advantage, but Vio is so quick.
Halte, la remise touchée. Point, halte.
Nice. Oh, the wire clips come off the back of the chair there. Assistant referee Cotton grabbing that. I know it's contraindicative, but Vio set this distance because it's harder for the taller fencer to be in this close, to move their elbow back to get in to do the hit. It also negates the flick to the body. Takes that away because Vio can just close right in and lean right forward. So I think that, yes, she's got to do something a little different here, Yu. But she's got the experience to do that.
En garde.
If you haven't seen Bebe Vio fence before, she is a quadruple amputee, and it's actually a prosthetic that she manages to hold her foil with.
En garde.
The only athlete using a prosthetic fencing arm in this competition.
Halte, la contre-riposte non valable.
It's fair to say she'll have some fans in the Grand Palais, but fans all around the world really leapt into the limelight after that dramatic victory back in Rio in the individual event, and then followed that up with the bronze, part of the bronze medal winning team for Italy. in this foil team competition.
She's such a superstar. She was part of the Paris 2024 Olympic opening ceremony.
She was also carried the torch in the opening ceremony of the Paralympic Games, so she's been busy.
Yeah.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halte. Pareil.
Oh, that was close.
En garde. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halte. L'attaque. Non valable. En garde. Prêt. Allez.
It's so amazing how calm she is. Simone Vanni offered her a piece of advice there, and she just looked and said, did you say this? And he went, yeah. And she went, okay. And then she just delivers it. And then she turns around and says, yeah, well done, coach. Got it right. To have that ability to absorb the information, double check it, and then execute is incredible for any athlete, anywhere, in any sport. And she's taken a bit of a knock to the side of the head. It does happen. Oh, yeah, that's going to hurt. It's not deliberate. Yu's trying to come over the top and flicker on the back. And it's just, you know, when Vio's moving and that hit comes in, she's kind of moved her head into position. Yu clearly has not tried to do that deliberately. Takes a little while for that to
sting,
stop
isn't it?
stinging, yeah. And a couple of other places that you don't want to get hit as a fencer. On the top of the kneecap is another one.
Well, coming from épée fencing, I'm well aware of that. The little toe is another one that can really smart. And in fact, I got a hit on my little toe, and it's probably a break because it took about 2 months for that pain to go.
Yeah, I think fencers are regularly walking around, especially épée fencers with broken toes. There's another part of the anatomy that you also don't want to get hit in, but probably not a problem you'll experience ever in your life, Heather.
I think we can all get the gist of what you're implying there, Karen. Well, Bebe smiling, so let's hope that that smarting pain has eased and she can refocus on the job at hand. As Italy currently lead by 4.
Should be all right.
En garde. Prêt. Allez.
If anything, it might have angered her.
Non. Contre-attaque.
Yeah, that's right.
Touché.
That's the right call. And he did really well, Karim Awada, to explain that fully so that both fencers knew what was going on. Vio missed her first one, but Yu also missed hers. She's not going to be happy with this decision.
Oh, look at this. Vio needing 1 more point. She will have increased the lead if she can do that as a category B against category A, and really putting the pressure onto Hong Kong.
Halte sur la préparation. L'attaque repart à droite, elle est non valable. En garde. Prête. Allez.
You scared of getting into distance and then not committed enough with the attack.
Well, it seemed that that accidental touch to the head fired Bebe Vio up, as you suspected, Karaman. Suddenly, Italy have a 7-point lead that has just increased as a result of a category B fencer fencing a category A fencer. I really feel like this is quite a significant turning point in the match. We only have 3 rounds left to go. Each fencer has 1 match left.
Vio has gone 5-3 in her first match against Fan, and then 5-2. She's on a +5 indicator after 2 matches, and her remaining match is against her counterpart, the other category B fencer. You look through the Italian lineup. +7 indicator for Mogos, -5 for Triglia, which is a big surprise. And Vio with a +5. Yu's the only one with positive indicators on the Hong Kong-China side. And the others have shipped 14 hits. Italy in cruise control, pole position here. Hong Kong have to get the lead in the next 2 fights, otherwise I'm afraid this one is over before the 9th.
On guard. Break. Allez.
Well, a bit of pressure potentially on Triglia. She did only manage to get 2 victories to use 12. That was where the damage was done against Italy.
On guard.
But off to a strong start.
Break. Allez. Allez. Zobaczysz. On guard. Break. Allez.
That said, Fan has also yet to win a match, so this could potentially go in the favour of Triglia. On paper, the easiest of her 3 matches. And the Italian team have been in this situation before, and they've been triumphant. That bronze medal match 8 years ago. The difference being they potentially now expect to win. On that occasion, they were lost for words after the victory.
Huh?
And we're sticking with the same tactic of having Pepe Vio as the anchor leg. And from that last showing, we can see why.
Zio. Mia. On guard.
Fans burnt her video appeal early here.
Allez. Allez. On guard.
Well, Karam, you said cruise control.
Allez.
It's looking cruisy at the moment
No, remis.
for the Italians. Looking for 35 to wrap up this, and then it's only 10 away
Break.
from potential bronze medal.
Attack. No, voilà.
And if you see what Vio's done against the 2 Cat A fencers, wow, talk about unfair.
Allez.
Oh, Tong, what she got coming at her in the last leg. Listen, when you're in a situation where you think that the 2 Cat A fencers in the other team are stronger, you've got to play with your order. So I think Hong Kong, China they've taken a bit of a risk. They've played a little bit of a gamble because Yu has been fencing so well today. So they were hoping that Yu would shock the Italian, all 3 of the Italians. She's not done bad. She's on +7 in her 2 fights, but it's not enough.
Well, she'll have a lot of work to do, won't she, coming on next?
No, voilà.
Potentially too much.
On guard.
Let's see if Fan can
Break. Allez.
reduce the deficit for Hong Kong over the next few hits. Well, she's not got much space left to do that.
Yeah, she had the right way then. She picked up the blade of Triglia.
On guard.
She just went flat on the back rather than
Break. Allez.
flicking the point into the target.
Allez.
Well, that cheer from Triglia, that is her last effort in this bronze medal match. Her work is done. She can just sit and watch from the sidelines at her 7th Paralympic Games. She will be happy with her performance, and she will have faith in Mogos and Vio to get the job done.
Triglia finishes her last 3 matches having given away 2 more hits, or being hit twice more than she scored. Fan finishes with a -7, which means she's been hit 7 more times than she's hit her opponents. And Triglia happy with the overall performance, and one because of the improvement from the first fight where she went -10 to Yu, to be the 12-2, and she's salvaged back 10 hits in 2 fights. I mean, that is, we just looked at those last 2 fights, that's a +5 indicator for Triglia. Going down +8, I should say. Going down -10 in the first one. Set that up for her. I think the other thing is that she knows now that they're going to have to make a big mistake here, Italy, to lose this one. I wonder if Hong Kong or China are thinking about making a substitution, because their sub is a Category B fencer.
They'll just be doing the absolute utmost not to see history repeated. It's been 2 4th places at the last 2 Paralympic Games for Hong Kong, China. And one of those, Rio, was against this Italian team.
Just while they sort this out, if Hong Kong are going to make the substitution for Tong and put in Chung, they need to have done it before this match starts. I haven't seen anything that would suggest they've done that.
There's nothing coming up on our system here, so it's looking unlikely.
On guard. Prêt, allez. Attaque. Voilà. On garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque. Voilà. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque. Voilà.
Let's think back to that third match.
Prêt, allez.
You went up against Triglia and went 12-2.
Voilà.
Target score of 40 points in this one, so she's got room to score 12. She's got room to score 15. She'd need to be that good in this fight to put Hong Kong, China back into the match.
Well, it's hard to think that even that would be enough when Italy have such a phenomenal Category B fencer in Bebe Vio up against their own Category B fencer, Tong. But it's not going to stop them trying.
I'd rather be 40-35 up against Bebe Vio than 40-25 down.
Das macht man volontiert.
We're talking about all the equipment being checked and stamped. That includes the foils, and they have to then remain in that bag and on the side of the piece, in theory, for very quick changeovers.
Well, the other thing there was that the coach went to the bag. The coach is not allowed to go near that bag. They're volunteer. That's why they're German referee. So we've got to let the volunteer get the bag, because it's a little bit of a strange rule, because the volunteers bring the bags out from the core room where they've been checked and measured for weights and all that kind of stuff. They're in full plain sight of everybody. There's nothing the coach can do to affect the weapons. But it is a rule.
Well, fencing has in the past been known for all forms of being able to manipulate or make your weapon maybe slightly
hold on. That was modern pentathlon. That was your sport where that happened.
Well, I'm sure the sport of maybe let's go with épée.
No, modern pentathlon épée. Let's be clear. I'm going to stand up for my sport here, Heather. That was modern pentathlon, where the athletes used a weapon that had a switch in it in the guard where he pressed the button and the light would come on. It was a British athlete that caught him out as well. You were just trying to get me to say modern pentathlon while fencing was going on, weren't you?
Well, you've said it several times now, Karen, so I'll sit back and let you continue.
Are you going to give me a pin?
Attack, no, counter-attack, push, one.
Well, as you beginning a tough battle back into contention.
Attack. Overlap.
It does feel like all hopes lie on you right now for the team from Hong Kong.
Attack. Overlap. On guard. Pray, allez. Attack. No. Counter-attack. Push. One. On guard.
Bit by bit.
Yeah, she's got a way to go, but I think all of this has happened with the 3 hits in 50 seconds. Still got over 2 minutes.
But wasn't that fight against Dragili a bit like this? It was a very slow burner at the beginning, and then all of a sudden Yu starts picking her off as the tension rises, as Dragili was trying to get to fifth. Well, now Mongos try to sharpen up. She's waiting for Yu. She's luring her in now and saying, come on, you come to me, and then I'll have a go at you. Staying out of distance, she's got to stay on that chair.
Attack.
And then this time going off target.
On guard. On guard. Pray, allez. Attack. Répulsion. Attack. No overlap. On guard. Pray, allez.
No, because she is not sitting. I'm not ready. She's not ready. You say that I already moving.
Pray, allez. But you want Palais, you shot. So.
Well, referee can only call it as he sees it. And Yu's protested that one, saying that I wasn't ready. And he said, well, you shouldn't have let me say allez then. You know, if I've said pray, you need to be ready. And a little harsh. Stuck to his guns though, referee Marina Opachakit. He made the camera operator work hard there, didn't he? Coming right the way out of the podium-pieced area to have the clock readjusted. Important, that's those few seconds that the clock was allowed to run. She gets them back. Gets the card for starting early. Just to prove a point. Oh, now, actually, those are passivity cards. Hadn't spotted that. I know, the passivity cards came up on the graphic. It was a yellow card for starting early. We've seen everything in this fight, haven't we?
Well, it's been a very long minute, this 8th bout. 5 hits scored in total.
Yeah, 5 hits in 1 minute 6 seconds. Passivity, that would have been very strange, wouldn't it? That would have meant the first 6 seconds saw those 5 hits. We definitely have had one recently.
On guard.
Well, that margin back to 10 points in Italy's favour. Italy just 2 hits away from passing over to the one and only Bebe Vio.
On guard. We missed Novella.
It looked as though we're starting so positively for you. I mean, she definitely came in with some pressure and all hopes of her team on her back.
So they've gone to play the percentage game here, Italy, through Mogos. Don't put yourself in hitting distance.
Prêt, allez.
May not be the most attractive fencing in the world, but
Attaque.
it's the way
Ne
through
voilà. En
to
garde.
a medal here in Paris.
Prêt, allez.
Well, no one's going to remember the... Well, maybe a few fencing fans will remember the style of the fight and how it played out, but
Non, contre-attaque.
most people
One.
will remember the bronze medal.
En garde. Prêt. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque. Ne voilà.
You making sure that she
guard.
was ready on that occasion. Making that same
Right,
mistake
allez.
again.
Attaque. Non, contre-attaque. Ne voilà. En garde.
We're seeing both fencers still playing the same sort of style. There's no real change in how this match is unfolding at the moment, which is surely going to play into the hands of Italy, as they are just those 2 hits away from finishing up this 8th round.
Attaque. Ne voilà. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque. Ne voilà. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque. Ne voilà.
It really feels as though you is just wanting a bit more from Mogos to be able to do something with that blade.
Frustrating, isn't she, the Italian? It's...
Prêt,
to be honest with you,
allez.
it's the tactic I would use. It's absolutely the tactic that you would use if they were in this situation. Just staying out of the way. At some point, Simone Vanni is going to turn around and have a crack at Mogos, because the last 25 seconds, 30 seconds, she's unnecessarily gone into distance and been hit.
Prêt, allez.
Well, it's at this point that the Italians can't
Attaque.
wait for that
Ne voilà.
minute and 7 seconds to disappear.
Prêt, allez.
It's not great to watch. The fight will be
Ne voilà.
remembered for when the ex-fencing sports commentator had an argument with the ex-pentathlon sports commentator about fencing and pentathlon.
Attaque, ne voilà.
Thankfully, that's the problem that is
Allez.
long resolved, thanks to all these weapon checks in fencing and in modern pentathlon.
Yeah.
Attaque, ne
I'm
voilà.
not biting again. I've made my point.
En garde.
I think even the crowd are starting to get itchy feet watching this, wanting to see the finale, the 9th bout that awaits.
Yeah, we've got 50-odd seconds left of this, I'm afraid. It's not great sport, but it's brilliant tactics from the Italians. It's frustrating Hong Kong, China, and you cannot blame the Mogos. You cannot blame the coach for asking Mogos, stay away from you. She's fenced so well today. She could do this. And that's very much why we're seeing effectively a bit of a dead rubber, this 8th leg. They're just staying out of the way, because tactically they're allowed to do that. They got within a position where passivity can't be called. 1 minute without fencing, 1 minute without a hit being scored means passivity, yellow cards. Maybe they'll get a call for passivity at some point, but they're not going to get 2. And even if they did, it's only going to be 1 hit. And now they're not, because we're inside 42 seconds, and that's a 6th hit for you.
Well, again, like you say, Karam, it's pretty much now, it does feel like you's got Mogos worked out when she comes in, and therefore Mogos will realise, okay, maybe I should listen to my coach. When it comes to team tactics, you really do have to play by the team captain's decisions. It's not just up to you. It might be you out there in the hot seat, but it's a team medal at stake.
En garde. Prêt, allez. Remise ne voilà. On guard. On guard. Pray, Ali. Attack, no overlap. On guard. Pray, Ali.
Well, Italy found themselves in this bronze medal match as a result of a 45-41 loss to People's Republic of China. And that saw their chances of repeating the success of the silver medal in Tokyo being dashed. It's looking that they might well be able to manage a repeat of Rio. Looking for the bronze, the best case scenario for Italy after that loss to China. 25 seconds left of this, or of actual action time. And then the clock will be reset. The final 3 minutes.
And that's the thing, you talk about action time. It's in Yu's interest to hit off target so the clock doesn't keep counting down. And that's why this is stretching this fight out. Ultimately, so getting done for lifting there. So that's just another, that's rubs salt into the wound really for Hong Kong China, because she's leaning forwards trying to get to her opponent. In her efforts, she lifts off the chair, only momentarily. They're still trying. You know, they're still saying, well, I want to give up my team a chance. Going for a video review. Referee's now going to go and have a look to see whether the bum judge was right. Well, does she lose contact with the chair?
I mean, it depends where you call it. The chair begins, the chair ends, and then you're sat on the wheel.
Point.
Okay.
Well, it does put Italy one hit closer, whether it's going to be another hit or it's going to be 23 seconds more of this action.
There's your answer.
Attack, no overlap. On guard. Pray, Ali. Attack, no overlap. On guard.
If nothing changes, it means that Vio will have an 8-point lead
Pray, Ali.
going into that final round, and she's up against a Category B fencer. It's hard to see this slipping away from Italy now, isn't it? And Hong Kong really have fought every minute of this match.
Well, that'll be the French contingent in the crowd saying, look, come on, you're one away, Italy. Just have a crack at it, will you? But why would they? Why, don't want to give any hits away. Even though you fancy Vio to win in a straight 0-0 up to 5 fight against
This Tong she's facing in the next round, or the final round.
Even though you'd fancy her to win that fight easy, 5-0, why give them any glimmer of hope?
Pray, Ali. Remis Novala. On guard. Pray, Ali. Attack Novala. On guard. Pray, Ali. Attack Novala. On guard. Pray, Ali.
Oh, she went for it. Little sneaky one, decided, right, I think I know where you're going every time now, or looking for the pattern of approach. I'll tell you one thing for sure, Mogos is going to come off this fight the same as you and everybody else here in the Grand Palais going, thank goodness that's over. It's not easy what she's doing, Mogos. Sitting there, leaning back and just saying, well, I'm just going to stay out of distance.
It must be so frustrating for her as well, like wanting to actually fence and have a chance of showing her skill, but team orders are team orders.
Well, and they're the correct team orders. It's not wrong. This is not an incorrect strategy. It's just a great spectacle. We're not important.
Prêt?
The bronze medalists.
Allez.
100%.
Tac, no voilà. En garde.
And there'll be thousands of
Prêt?
people
Allez.
back in Italy who will welcome them back with a bronze medal, not even having seen
En garde.
this match. But they'll be there to celebrate the success, no doubt.
In
And
Italy, millions of people.
Attaque.
Millions.
No voilà. En garde.
I guess you do have a superstar and one of their team members.
They're all superstars, the fencers over in Italy. National sport there as it is here still.
Prêt? Allez. Attaque, no voilà. En garde.
We're inside the final 10 seconds, which could last another minute and a half,
Prêt?
but
Allez. Attaque, no voilà. En garde. Prêt?
I love the fact that Yu is not giving in here. She is just going to say, well, I'm committed. I'm 100% committed, and if I have a chance, I am there, and I'm going to take that opportunity.
yeah, one
And
more
that's great
time.
sportsmanship, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And she knows that she would do exactly the
Prêt?
same
Allez.
if she was in Mogos's shoes.
Ah,
Absolutely.
remise. No voilà.
Mogos is taking a fair few hits to
En garde.
the top of her thigh.
Prêt? Allez.
Thankfully, a foil blade not
Ah,
quite as
tac. No.
stiff
Contre-attaque.
as
No
an
voilà.
épée might be if you were being repeatedly hit in the same place.
Or a whip of a
Prêt?
saber blade.
Attaque. No
You
voilà.
could quite do this in saber. A bit too much to defend.
Prêt? Allez. Remise. No voilà. En garde.
2.5 seconds.
Prêt? En garde. Prêt? Allez. Attaque. No voilà.
Well, with that one taking 0.4 of a second, maybe we've got another
Prêt?
60 seconds in total of this action, Karim.
No voilà.
Here we go, 1.3 to go.
En garde.
I think there might be
Prêt?
a bit of a cheer, not to do with the scoreline,
No voilà. En garde.
but just to get this bronze medal
Prêt?
match sort of back underway, so to speak.
Remise. No voilà. En garde.
Here we go, what do you reckon? 2 more actions, or is this the final action? I think the clock just teased us there.
Everyone in the venue saw it go down to 0, but what happens when it goes down to 0 is it changes from tenths of a second to thousandths of a second. And that's why we saw the clock flash to 0 and then flash back up with 0.03 of a second. But the 8th leg finally over.
I think it's as much relief for all watching as much as it is for Ionela Mogos. And it was almost a thank you coming from the team manager there. Saying, well done, you held your nerve and you followed team orders. And that gives Italy that 8-point lead going into the final 3 minutes of fencing. First to 45. Italy 6 points away from a bronze.
Good luck containing Bibivio in this one. Simone Vanni knows that is going to be a big ask.
Well, whilst we're celebrating that round, we are underway in no time at all, and I think that one took the longest 3 minutes in wheelchair fencing. This potentially could be a very quick 6 hits indeed. 2 seconds, 2 points already to Via Grande. Well, they have substituted. Just notice here, it's Chung Yong-ping who has come in for Tong. That substitution had been made.
Yeah,
I just think for Chung it's a pretty tough ask.
Yeah, they would have notified before the beginning of the last fight, but because the last fight took so long, they don't want to interfere with the clock or anything like that and change it on the scoreboard, which is why we've only just seen where it's Chung that has been replaced.
I think her moment on the piece is going to be
brief.
Potentially a total of 10 seconds.
Brief indeed.
Bibivio has done this from a considerable deficit. When she's starting with a leading margin like this, I mean, I know that anything can happen in sport, but
Yes, it's okay.
I think it's fair to say she would have been feeling confident and excited to get this match underway.
Allez. Ah, pareil. Elle passe, non. Pas de mise couchée. Pas.
Chung not intimidated by coming up against the three-time Paralympic medalist, twice a gold medalist. They compete in the same category. Well, here we go. Bebe Vio is just on the verge of getting Italy to a bronze medal in this women's foil. It's very much looking like a repeat of 8 years ago.
Chung, please, mask. Chung, please, mask. Mask.
A total of 10 seconds and 7 hits. What a contrast to the last round. And that confirms it. As expected, Italy with Bebe Vio, the anchor athlete, has done that with ease. The bronze medal belongs to Italy. The team of Ionela Andre Mogos, Lodana Trigilia and Beatrice Maria Viograndi. And before we get too carried away, there is one final check. The nod coming from the referee as we wait for the formalities. And there it is. The celebrations can continue for the Italian trio. They did it 8 years ago against Hong Kong, China, and they repeat that success here.
45-33 versus Hong Kong, China. La médaille de bronze autour du cou de l'équipe d'Italie maintenant. Applaudissements, mesdames et messieurs, pour l'Italie.
Rosanna Pasquino not fencing in that final, but very much part of the team.
Le match pour la médaille de bronze entre l'équipe d'Italie et l'équipe de France. Coming up next, men's foil team bronze medal match, France versus Italy. les équipes d'Italie. Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez accueillir vos arbitres et les athlètes, le match pour la médaille de bronze.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Now we're focusing now on the bronze medal match for the men's foil team competition. France and Italy to meet on the podium piste.
Fleuret-homme par équipe, le match pour la médaille de bronze.
Men's foil team bronze medal match.
Vos arbitres.
The referees.
Well, the crowd have no doubt been waiting for this occasion. They'll be very much hoping that the team from France can repeat their performance at the last two Paralympic Games. Bronze medal in Tokyo and in Rio. And they now have to beat Italy if they are to repeat that success.
Opposé à l'équipe d'Italie.
Their opponents, Team Italy. Michele Massa, Matteo Betti.
Well, Italy not quite making it into the bronze medal match, finishing in 5th place at the last two Paralympic Games. And they've gone at least one position higher, making it this far. We saw the 4 team members from both teams introduced. There's Johan Peter, France, and Gianmarco Paolucci from Italy, who will be the substitutes. And if you were with us earlier, you'll see that substitutes can be brought in at any time throughout this, and it's often a tactical decision.
Ça va être le moment des supporters dans quelques instants. Votre équipe préférée. Est-ce que tu penses qu'il y a des supporters de l'Italie? Tiens, on va
Let's find out. Other fans of Team Italia, Tifosi d'Italia.
Ah, il y en a quelques-uns, il y en a quelques-uns.
If you just had a glimpse of the table on the way through here, France beat Japan in their opening quarter-final match, but it was Great Britain who were in the gold medal match, who absolutely dominated France 45 to 25. So it'll be interesting to see how the French team have managed to pick themselves up after that. On the other side of the draw, Italy beating Ukraine in their opener, but then it was China they faced, losing 45-36. And this is where the home crowd could give that extra advantage that the team from France might just require. Whilst we've got this wide shot, there are two-piece just to enable the matches to run more smoothly. So we'll focus on this first match between Lambertini and Lemoine, whilst the next two opponents in Tokatlian and Massa will be preparing on the adjacent piece.
More classical order for the Category B fencers in both teams, who will finish first. Palais and Massa going up against each other in the 7th leg in the final third. I predict this one to be, if it gets to leg number 7 and it's tight, could be a thrilling finish.
We talk about the home crowd advantage, but no doubt there's going to be plenty of Italian fans in the Grand Palais as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting you're talking about the routes through. Italy, despite being number 1 in the world, faced China, and China, as every team know in foil, are the team to beat. So it wouldn't have been such a big surprise to Italy to go out to them. However, France getting a hammering from Great Britain might be a little bit more tricky to recover from. So you've got to think about the psyche of the athletes coming into this. Of course, they've had plenty of time to talk it through and get themselves ready and say, right, okay, we've still got a chance at a medal here on home soil, and they're going to have a lot of the crowd behind them. Even though I agree, there's going to be a bunch of Italians here shouting very loudly. Most of the people inside the Grand Palais here are looking to see a medal for France tonight. Paris time.
Arbitre fait commencer le match. Le premier match, the first bout.
Well, this has been a wonderful stage for just displaying the sport of fencing and wheelchair fencing. And I think this could be a prime example of it.
En garde, s'il vous plaît. En garde. Prêt? Allez.
We have Ludovic Lemoine facing Emmanuel Lambertini in this opening fight to 5.
Hâte, contre-riposte. Ça va là. That is not on. En garde?
No. It's very low.
Okay. En garde?
The fencers are saying, we can't hear you, referee. Now, Erika is mic'd up to us for TV, so we've got her loud and clear, but they've probably got a problem with the speaker down on P side, so the fencers can't hear her.
Prêt? Allez. Hâte. Attaque. Hâte. Attaque, non. Contre-attaque, ne va là.
Well, expect there to be plenty of drama unfolding. We're already having plenty of conversations in the first 15 seconds of this match. The first to 45 will be the bronze medal winners.
En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque à gauche, voilà. En garde.
Lambertini was so close to a medal in the individual. Ended up finishing that agonising fourth place. So he's been in the closeness of a medal earlier on, and he'll want to make sure that he doesn't finish fourth yet again. But this is a nervous start, isn't it, between two world-class teams.
Prêt, allez. Attaque Paris, riposte, voilà. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque, touche, point.
Picks up the blade, waits patiently for the counter-attack to come in and then lands it. Needs some magic spray here for Nomois. Taking a little knock on his hand by the looks of things. And actually shifting the whole frame, just tilted sideways, such as the movement of the fencers. Interesting to see that Lambertini as well was playing with the tip of his foil. Every fencer will have a favourite foil, for sure. You try and set your foils up in exactly the same way, but every fencer will have a favourite foil. I wonder if that is his favourite, and he doesn't want to give it up. There could be a bit of dirt, a bit of dust in the tip.
Carton jaune.
Lifting. That's what the assistants are there for.
En garde.
You reckon though that Lemoyne just came out of his seat. Italian doing the hard work but not landing the riposte.
En garde. Prêt, allez. Contra riposte. Touche.
Phenomenal hand speed. Cart parry missed it. Comes down to Septime, the low line parry on the non-sword arm side, and then back up for the riposte, all in the blink of an eye.
I just feel like there's a cut the tension with a knife here. The action's so fast, but the time in between is so tense. And this is just the start of this match.
Got in for a video review there, but I think that's through looking for a bit of luck, really. That there's some kind of infringement. Very clear taking of the blade from the Italian there, and that's it's never going to change that one.
Well, that was a strong start for Italy.
Pour l'équipe d'Italie, 2 pour la France.
Maybe just setting the tone for things to come.
2-2 for Team Italy.
Well,
deuxième match, second bout, Damien.
It's an interesting one now, because what happens now is we have the B category fencers coming out. First the Italian, then in the fight afterwards, it will be the French Cat B fencer. Then Massa comes back out for the one after. So these next 3 fights could start telling us the story of next 4 fights, I should say, telling us the story of this match. It's really about which team can capitalise the most, or which Cat B fencer can contain the most. These 4 fights could take a little bit of time here.
So just to clarify, it is Italy with their category B fencer on the right-hand side, Michel Massa, who faces Damien Toukatlian, the category A fencer for France. Well, this is an encouraging start here for Italy. Massa, category B fencer, picking up the first point.
Play. Ali. Attack. Normal. Anga. Play. Ali. Babi boss. No, we missed. Normal. Anga. Play. Ali. Attack. Anga.
Well, the crowd celebrating that point for Toukatlian. They've got high hopes.
Excuse me.
The Frenchman to turn things around here. So tactical in a team, and when you've got the mixture of category A and category B fencers, you expect to see changes, but it's the team's really expecting their category A fencers to make up any deficit if there is one, and France are in that position right now. I want to not just get into the lead, but really open up a margin so that Maxime Vallet, when he comes on in the next round, has the potential of maintaining, or at least keeping France very much in contention.
Play. Ali.
This is absolutely brilliant fencing by the Italian. It could signify the direction that this match is going in. France can't really afford to let a category B fencer so early on in this competition not just hold their own, but actually potentially increase the margin, which is what's happening right now.
Yeah, he's not found a way through yet, has he, Toukatlian?
Play. Ali. Attack. Normal. Anga. Play. Ali.
There's not much target to hit, though, is there? He's tucking up the shoulder. He's kind of showing underneath the arm, Massa, and then tucking up the shoulder.
Play. Ali.
Well, this might be a little bit more like what France were expecting, or at least hoping, in this second round.
Anga. Play. Ali. Cut.
Checking for a spurious white light. You might not see it on our graphic, but there are fault indicators on this big scoring apparatus that you might see in the wide shot. Perhaps that he's seeing a couple of white lights coming up that we haven't seen yet.
A huge reach we're seeing from Tokatlian. He's going to have to be careful that he keeps in contact with the seat there. And using that reach to his advantage.
Play. Ali. Tak. Novala. On guard. Play. Ali. Tak. Bahavi post. Novala. On guard.
Massa doing a great job here to evade Tokatlian's attempts. Holding his own, the Italian.
It's taken them a minute, hasn't it, to get into it. I don't mean that literally a minute, because obviously we've only had 26 seconds of fencing time, but it's taken him a step or two into the fight to find his way.
This is the first time France... It's about to say the first time France had equalled things, but not for long. With Michele Massa absolutely having a storming round here. I mean, he could potentially keep Italy in the lead. He's one hit away from reaching the all-important 10. Go up in increments of 5 or 3 minutes on the clock, whichever we reach first in a team competition.
Play. Let's see. Avant on guard.
Tokatlian just being a little too eager to get going.
Oh, lovely. Flick across the body at the top, doesn't hit it, hand speed so fast, he goes underneath Massa's blade and flicks in the same place. Typical lefty versus righty hit. We've seen those plenty of times here in the foil competition.
Play. Ali. Attack. Novella.
Massa's fourth hit was an example of a righty doing it against a lefty, and it takes huge hand speed. Get around the parry.
Attack Novella.
One way to defend yourself. Jam your opponent's foil up against your chair.
Play. Ali.
Well, that rounds up the second of our 9 bouts, and France take the lead just by 1 point, though. That was absolutely brilliant fencing by Michele Massa up against Damien Tokatlian. I mean, France will be celebrating being in the lead, but I think they might have hoped to have a slightly larger margin after that round.
100%. It's going to be these A versus B matches that make the difference, and Massa has done a brilliant job.
Well, waiting in the shadows, so to speak, as the spotlight now moves to Maxime Vallet and Matteo Betti. Vallet is the category B fencer for France, so Italy have already played Massa their beat. And this is where Maxime Vallet had his work cut out against Betti.
Think about Betty's efforts here, getting a silver medal in the individual. It's an awful lot of effort goes into that, and then coming back the following day to fence in the team event. Clearly he's done well enough with his teammates to get to this stage. But, I'm sure he's going to be feeling it.
There's something about a bit of adrenaline that comes with winning a medal. I mean, his teammate Lambertini finishing 4th in the individual, almost could say a harder day because you've been in your chair for almost as long, yet leave empty-handed.
Prêt, allez. Attaque. Touche. Point.
Well, just checking back over those results. He went into the repechage side, Lambertini, as well, from the quarterfinals. So he ended up having more fights than Betty. So, yeah, good
Almost
point.
makes that even harder, doesn't it, when you then have a long, tough day of competition and get so close to the medals.
Yeah. More fights and then not making it.
Like a few technical issues affecting Betty at the moment.
They're struggling to hear the referee. There's also been problems with the white light on this side of the piste.
Well, the crowd enjoying themselves in the Grand Palais by the sounds of things. Almost builds the tension, doesn't it? With that 1 point difference between France and Italy, two such strong fencing nations. France hosting the event, Italy from just across the border. So much about this is close. Building the excitement. Not that that's the reason we're having this pause. Well, as an athlete, when you're in this situation, you just need to remain calm, and Palais very much looking like he's not letting it get to him.
Mesdames et messieurs, votre attention, une petite interruption technique, quelques instants. Merci de votre compréhension. Due to a technical issue. Thank you for your patience. Dans un instant, les encouragements du Grand Palais.
Masks are on. The referee poised with his instructions. We are back underway here in this men's foil team bronze competition. Italy with a 1-point lead.
Pre, allez. Attaque, pare, riposte non. Reprise, non valable. En garde. Prêt, allez.
Well, a Category B fencer against a Category A. Damage limitation, so any hit scored by Valet will be celebrated. I mean, I think they'll be celebrated anyway with the French contingent in the Grand Palais. But even more hard-earned points in this situation.
Called for a video review as well here. Thinking that there might be something in this.
Attaque composée. Touche, point. You cherche à la parade.
Searching for the blade, looking for the blade. Compound attack is good for Betty.
Prêt, allez.
So you can see the difference in the movement of a Category A fencer, the distance that Betty can cover.
Yeah, the speed coming from defence to attack as well. The acceleration that's just as important in the Olympic equivalent. Wheelchair fencing.
Reprise d'attaque, non valable. En garde. Prêt, allez. Halte, attaque, non valable. En garde. Prêt, allez. Halte, attaque, non valable.
Wasn't far off that, was it? And so close that it actually made the body cord drop off the clip.
Attaque offert. Non valable. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque. Touche. Point. Salute.
Well, that wraps up a fairly straightforward third round. Take out the technical issues.
For Italy, 15-11 for Team Italy.
Regaining that lead as expected.
For France,
Still only a 4-point margin, putting Italy in the lead.
Yeah, so what you've got to look at here, first off, is obviously we've been through the first three. How have the Cat B fencers in each side performed so far? -5 indicator for Valet, -4 indicator for Massa. Not a huge amount of difference, but with the lead of 4 points, Italy's Cat A fencers have done better than the French equivalents.
Oh, we see Massa back on for Italy after just a rest of 1 round. Oh, the Category B fencer.
En garde. Prêt, allez.
Ludovic Lemoine will be hoping to make up for that poor start he had with 2 victories to Lambertini's 5. A strong start again for Massa.
Prêt, allez. Halt, attaque, ne voilà. En garde.
I think that the Italians are thinking of the 2 Cat A fencers, this man is the one that they should target. This is the one that Massa should be able to, I'll not say beat, but certainly challenge.
Prêt, allez. Attaque, pare, riposte, ne voilà. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque, pare, riposte, touche. En garde. Prêt, allez.
So quick with that hand, Massa. Because he's adapted to his abilities, Massa, and that's what this Games is all about. They've been talking about that throughout. And the hand speed that he's got is unbelievable. It's just as good as a Cat A fencer. So when he's on his way back from a failed attack, he's so fast with the hand, is so well balanced that he can get in a second hit. Yes, he doesn't have the right of way, but he's going backwards, so if he can get it in there quick enough and get out of the way, he's got big chances of picking up what they call remises.
En garde. Prêt, allez.
See the hand going back in twice as he's coming backwards. It's great.
En garde.
Just correcting that scoreline. Don't think the Italians would let that stand for long.
This time he pulled out of the attack when he had the right of way, Massa.
En garde. Prêt, allez. Pare, riposte. Non, remise, touche.
You'd think now that Lemoine has got the measure of this, but he's got another one, Massa. He doesn't have the right way. It's not his turn to hit, but he's thinking, well...
The coach cannot ask video.
That was pretty clear from Recabello. I'm not going to let the coaches ask for the video.
With only one video per bout, Sebastian Barrios must be quite sure that that was required. Let's see if that use from Lemoine has been worth the call. It wasn't a straightforward answer, considering that was a request from the athlete.
Yeah. Referring with Velasco, but it's down to Recabello, the final decision. So if they've got a slight disagreement, she's the one that makes the call. Sticks with the original decision. So Lemoine loses his video. And you could hear Recabello saying counter-attack, so it wasn't Massa's right of way yet again.
Prêt, allez. Attaque, remise, ne voilà. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque, touche.
Created that with the slower attack on the last action. Tricked him.
En garde. Prêt.
Kelly Massa having an absolute stormer here, isn't he? One hit away from keeping Italy in the lead at the end of his bout.
He got it there as well. And just a little bit stronger with the low parry, low line parry, just holding him off. Not this time.
At just 20 years of age in his first Paralympic Games. Absolutely phenomenal fencing by the young Italian.
20 to 15.
That's his first 2 bouts done. He has just scored more hits than Ludovic Lemoine, a Category A fencer. It does feel like this is a crucial point in this match.
Emanuele Lambertini could kill this one off here.
Play, Ali. Attack, no. Attack, touche, quoi.
Well, Vallet's still going to come out fighting, and with that 5-point deficit, they just cannot allow it to get any further than that as we're in the middle half
Play, Ali.
of this competition. Lambertini will be the anchor leg for Italy.
Unforced error allowed Valle to score first. Lambertini fixing it immediately.
Play, Ali. Attack, normal. Kadonjo. On guard. Play, Ali.
Yeah, I'm not surprised the referee's going to have a look at this one. It felt to me, and you think, why aren't you saying it looks like? Sometimes you've got to have a feeling for it. It felt to me like the blade was taken by Lambertini, but perhaps he hesitated too much. And there you go. He had taken the blade, but you've got to use your right of way. You don't just take the right of way and then hold on to it. You know, it's mine forever. You've got to use it.
The point, okay? Play, Ali. Attack, normal.
Maybe a surprising start for Lambertini. Lambertini opened against Lemoine 5-2. Now, Maxime Valle lost to Matteo Betti 6-1. So one would think just from that earlier performance that we might expect to see the Italian increasing that lead early on here.
A couple of unforced errors have given Valle the hit, so Lambertini's just slowed it down. And then Valle goes and gets one that isn't an unforced error. He made that.
Close play. Guys. No, I'm talking to both of you. Both. You're just facing me. On guard. Play. Ali.
It's much a psychological game as it is a physical game.
Play. Ali. Finish. Push. On guard. On guard.
Frenchman on a bit of a roll here, and the crowd are loving it.
Certainly keeping the match interesting. So if we can get to 7, with it being tight, we're in for an absolute cracker of a finish.
Play.
Well, the French will celebrate any point, however it comes about.
Lambertini having a little bit of a nightmare in this one. 2 unforced errors. 3 unforced errors if you include that last early start. I mean, early starts we perhaps call a half error.
The coach prowling, probably desperate to send instructions to Lambertini.
Play.
The game plan will have been set. And I can't take away from the fact that Maxime Vallet is really rising to the occasion, and he's almost brought things back to equal scores here.
He's got Lambertini in a situation where he's nervous to finish his attack. So he has the right way, starts, and then he stops, and Vallet sees it and dives in.
Anga. Play. Ali. Attaque. Touche. Point. Anga. Play. Ali. Attaque. Touche. Point.
Oh, we're looking for 25 here, and suddenly Italy getting their move on here, Karim.
Yeah, but 2 points the advantage for Vallet here, so he's closing the gap on the Italians. Not a bad leg from him.
Play. Ali. Touche. Point. Salute.
I'm not going to call for the video because it's a role reversal. For me, what happened there is Vallet starts the attack, stops, and then it gives the right way to Lambertini, and Lambertini finishes his attack, keeps his right away, doesn't make a mistake. We'll see it here, there, look, that's a stop. You do this with your arm, I'm waving my arm around, I'm saying, but you can't see me. If you lift your arm backwards at the start of your attack, and your opponent starts to attack you at that moment, it's their attack. I don't see this changing.
Mask, please. Attaque. Touche. Point. Attention.
Oh, that's a double pointer. So this is going to go to 26, even though the target scores 25 in the fifth leg, because of a red card on an appeal that Vallet called. Italy have got a bit of a bonus hit here. I'll tell you what, that's a brave call for the referee, Chung Chi-hung, here in the Grand Palais. You can hear what the French crowd think about that.
No.
Yeah, it is 26.
I can't say I've ever seen a relay start in a score above the usual numbers of increments of 5.
As long as Vallet was on a yellow card in that fight, it should be 26. I'm not sure why anyone is suggesting that it can't be more. There's a valid hit scored by Lambertini and a red card. It's 100% 26-21 here. It can't be 25. The French are calling it 25. It cannot be 20. It's certainly not 21-15. They're playing around with the score all over the place here. That's why our graphic was incorrect. Our graphics in the whole of the venue are wrong. I'm 100% sure that it's 26-21. The point was scored, given to the Italian, and a red card was shown to the Frenchman.
Well, if you look in closely, the screen, it's just changed. It's flicking between 26 and 24. And on our system here, it's now been put, as you say, Karim, to 26-21. As demonstrated here by that correct graphic.
I think someone got jumpy down on the podium piece and started playing around with the score. So by the time brilliant graphics guys put the score up, it's being fed from directly what you can see there. It had already been changed to something that was totally correct, but for sure it is 26-21.
All the drama here at the Grand Palais tonight. As we progress on through the final bout within this middle third, bout number 6 sees Damien Tokatlian taking proceedings for France and up against Matteo Betti.
I'm going to say it, the French coach was trying that on there. He knew that was 26. Or he wasn't paying attention when the referee gave the hit and then showed the red card. I'll give him that. Don't want to get in trouble with the French team here in France. Do you know what? The score now on our scoreboard says 25. Well, I'm stunned that the Italians are going to carry on without protesting this. 25-21. That's not the rule in fencing. The hit scored and a red card is shown at the same time. The score can advance above the target score in a period.
Whatever the reason, France will want to optimise that opportunity, just seeing themselves only trailing by 4 as opposed to the potential 5 after that 5th round.
Reprise d'attaque, non valable. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque. Paré, repose, touche. Quoi? En garde. Prêt, allez. Reprise d'attaque, non valable. En garde.
Betti using that technique of a parry down to his chair, just holding Tokatlian's blade.
Non valable. En garde. Prêt, allez.
Cam, you're leaping up and down in your seat here.
Try and keep a close eye on Tokatlian, because how is he not coming out of his chair here? I mean, he's got the belt across him, fair enough, so he's not quite literally going to come out of his chair, but it does look to me like he's lifting a little bit here. I mean, the referees are right there. Assistant referees looking. The Italian coach going bonkers. Betti was calling for a ducking of the head. Well, I suppose the Italians are happy that they've got the 5-point lead at this point.
Tu as approché une fois, tu peux approcher deux fois. Sous tes fesses, c'est bien. Non, c'est mes fesses, non.
Tokatlian, Damien, c'est bien. En garde. Prêt, allez.
Well, the thing here is the French and the Italian teams have both cracked on with this, and the Italians are just...
24, right?
They seem to be completely happy with things that I'm looking at. I'm going, I'm not sure about that, but the assistant judges are there looking at Tkatlyan, and clearly he's keeping his left buttock on the chair. It's difficult for us to see that from the camera angle that we've got. They seem so happy about it that they're actually questioning other things, like the ducking of the head.
Reprise d'attaque non valable. En garde. Prêt. Allez.
Attack into preparation, and perhaps that's why they're not worried too much about it.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. Paré contre poste non. Reprise non valable. En garde.
This is feeling like a bit of a hard work battle here between Tkatlyan and Betty.
Yeah, the French know what a danger man Betty is. Ooh. Nice hit, remise of the riposte. And clear from referee Velasco.
Attaque, paré, riposte non, reprise non valable. Mas. Yeah.
Second time, correct the position.
Yes. Voyons.
I sometimes feel like there's an element of mind games in some of these little equipment issues, especially when an athlete is picking it out on the other. Obviously, everything needs to be working to make a fair contest.
Yeah, mind games, or even just an opportunity to reset yourself. The wheelchair athletes don't necessarily get the same opportunity tying the shoelace, for example, that you see in the Olympic equivalent, but they find other ways.
Contre-attaque non valable. En garde. Prêt. Allez.
Early start.
Avant d'aller.
Palais before I said go.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque. Paré. Repose touche. 3. En garde. Prêt. Allez.
Right, they both have a go at this, they both miss. It's then about who has the right of way. Velasco just double checking that. At the end of a long day, worth checking these hits.
Paré, repose. Paré, contre-repose. Touche. 3.
Betty says, thank you.
The crowd can boo, but that was absolutely bang on.
It's 26, right?
Should be 29-26, so the scoreboard is incorrect. The referee's gone to look at the video to double check. Having a bit of fun here.
Per favore. Ok. En garde. En garde. s'il vous plaît.
Does feel like a bit of theatre tonight here in the Grand Palais, doesn't it? All the drama. I think Matteo Betti will be desperate to wrap this up. One more hit required for Italy. On this occasion, 2 more for France. The last 2 rounds have really gone the way of the French. Well, Betti, no doubt, will be relieved that that is over. I think there'll be some reflection after these last couple of bouts.
Encore 3 matchs à venir, 3 matches to go. The next one, le prochain, Maxime Vallet pour la France, Michele Massa pour l'Italie.
We move on to the final third of this bronze medal match. France fencing Italy. And now the final appearance for all 6 of these athletes in this competition. Maxime Vallet makes his final appearance for France up against Michele Massa.
French have clawed back 3 points in the last 2 fights. Even though they're trailing, they've got the wind in their sails, and with the 2 Cat B fences coming on now, there's parity in terms of the categories of classification of the 2 fences on the piece all the way through to the end. Momentum is a big thing in sport.
Both of you. On guard.
Well, we've seen Michele Massa absolutely storming round earlier against Lemoine, 5-4 against a higher category fencer. But Palais brings us to equal scores.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halte. Attaque. Ne voilà. En garde. Prêt. Allez.
This really could be where the home advantage, the crowd support could make the smallest of margins of difference, and there is nothing separating the teams at the moment. It's first to 45 if you're just joining us. That for a bronze medal at the Paralympic Games.
Well, Vallet's head went down. No one's calling for that in terms of the assistant referees. You're not allowed to duck your head down so you show the back of your head. 1, the danger element, and 2, you're obscuring the target. And I think they are going to go and have a look at the video on this one. Look at that. Nice hit in the end from Vallet.
Okay. Pas de touche, carton jaune.
Absolutely spot on.
It's getting heated, isn't it, here?
France versus Italy in fencing. Welcome.
Plenty of spirited individuals making up these teams. And I mean, the crowd are getting what they've come for, haven't they? Drama, action, and plenty of excitement.
Well, the neutral crowd are. I think the French crowd will be looking for something a little different.
Prêt? Allez. Attaque Navala. En garde. Massa. En garde. Prêt? Allez. Attaque, pare, riposte, non. Contre-attaque, touche. Point. En garde.
Well, Maxime Palais, the more experienced of the two. Bronze medalist in the individual back in Rio.
Calling for a video here. So it was attack, parry, riposte, and the first one missed. Massa's calling for a ducking of the head here again, a repeat of the action. I don't think that goes far enough, and that's a good call from Recabalo. She's doing a really good job here of refereeing this one when it was starting to get a little bit out of hand in terms of the challenges and the complaints from both fencers on both teams and the coaches. She's taken a really measured approach to this one and settled it all down with good, solid decisions.
En garde. Prêt? Allez. Attaque, Navala.
It's certainly a time when you have to remain entirely neutral, and in an atmosphere like this with an absolutely packed crowd, as you say, Karen, with so many French fans, you've got to remain so focused.
Got no video left, but it doesn't matter. Michele Massa went looking for the blade that time, and that is an attack from the left as we look at it.
En garde.
France last had the lead, back with Tokadlian up against Massa in the second round, and this is really such an important time in this match with only 2 bouts remaining.
Yes, that super fast counter-attack that he's going backwards that we saw earlier on. This is a cracking match, isn't it? It's turned into a thriller because it stayed so tight. Well, France pulled it back in the middle, really. Got to be careful of the head. He really has to be careful of the head here. Yeah, he has no more video, but it's worth saying that just to remind everybody around, keep an eye on Valet. He has been ducking his head. That's the way to respond, isn't it?
Oh, the Frenchman having a stormer here. It's actually a little bit of a surprise. We saw Michele Massa fencing so well against the higher category fencers, and now up against a fellow category B fencer and getting a little left behind.
So it's riposte off target. No point in cheering that one. It's his classic counter-attack, but this time the riposte lands. Counter-attack, you're hitting without the right of way. So even though it's only off target from Valet, it is his right of way. I think Massa's been, picking up your point, I think Massa's been rattled by the fact that he feels that Valet's got away with ducking his head twice since he got carded for it, and he hasn't. Beautiful. So it's this point that you want your coaches to step in and say, you know, calm down. That wasn't it, but actually they're saying, no, we agree with you. So the pictures never lie, and we've seen a couple of replays of those incidents, and the French coach desperately trying to keep the crowd up and behind this French team.
Well, if Valet can secure this next hit, I think the French team will not need much encouragement.
Brilliant.
And there we go. The roar confirms the end of that 7th bout. Maxime Vallet with 7 points for France, putting them 35-32. Leading by 3. 2 bouts left to go. A bronze medal at stake here. At the point of those, we were just noticing how much of a lead Italy had, and it felt like it wasn't maybe going to have that much of an effect. But as you're saying, Karen, that momentum's carried through. Now, can Matteo Betti do anything to stop the momentum in the direction of the French victory?
He's the man that Italy would want on to stop the rot.
Well, Lemoine hasn't had too successful a run, and the weakest when it comes to scores so far for the French team in his matches, losing a 5-4 against Massa and 5-2 against Lambertini. But can the energy of those previous performances from his teammates give him something special here?
Referee had to say on guard to get the DJ to turn the music off.
Play, Ali.
French riding a wave here, and the crowd pushing them forward even more.
Play, Ali. Honga. Play, Ali.
Is the beat from Betti strong enough? If it is, it's his attack. Collects the blade midway through. For me, that is the Italian's hit. Lemoine is already leaning forwards, so he can, and he's not pushing forwards. He's finished his lean forwards. The blade's picked up at that point. It's attack. It's attack to the Italian.
Attack, push. He find the play. He find the blade.
Well, the referee's called that as Lemoine finding the blade.
He does have the benefit of a slightly different angle to us on that replay, and obviously can watch it several times, real time and in slow motion.
Yeah, that's true. You can watch it in slow motion. The Italians are not convinced by that.
In such a pressured situation, the referee has got to be absolutely certain once he's made that final decision.
Yeah, rubbing salt into the wound here, because the score had actually been put up to 34. And clearly I wasn't alone in thinking that was the Italians' hit, because the score went up on the scoreboard. 4 hits the difference, though. France riding that wave.
Play, Ali.
Unforced error this time. gifting a point to Lemoine on the counter.
A couple of rounds ago, we would not have expected to see a scoreline like this. An absolute turnaround for the French team. Matteo Betti will be handing over to Emmanuel Lambertini. But at this rate, Lambertini is going to have a really tough ask.
You can hear the Italian coach, though. He's come off that sort of angry ledge that he was on earlier on. He's saying, focus. We need you to really get back into this fight here, Matteo. The right thing for the coach to do at these pressure moments, just calm it all down.
Attack bad, was no win is not enough. On guard. Take. Ali. Hard. Attack. No enough. On guard. Play. Ali.
The referee deciding to have a second opinion on that last hit.
I think that was Reccaballo, the video referee, saying, hey, my friend, should we go and have a quick look at that one?
Well, the decision stands, and France now one hit away from wrapping up this 8th and crucial round. Ludovic Lemoine really having the time of his life here up against Matteo Betti. The Italians would have really hoped for Betti to make a considerable inroads into that lead of France, not see that lead increase.
Thank you. Anga. Play. Ali.
Encouragement coming from the sidelines. Hard to compete with the French crowd in the Grand Palais.
Play. Ali.
French crowd cheering loudly, but that was clearly Betti leaning backwards, attack finishing for Lemoine, and Betti just launching his attack, only off target, so no point.
Play. Ali.
Well, that is a decision that Italy were not hoping for. There's still a review of that replay. The defences have to remain in position until the decision is final.
It's called it counter parry riposte, so attack parried, riposte parried, counter parry for the Frenchman.
Well, sticks with the original decision, and Ludovic Lemoine celebrates as though that is the medal guaranteed. But it's certainly a considerable inroad towards that bronze. France now just 5 points away from winning the bronze medal, repeating their Paralympic Games from 3 years ago. Talk about a pressured moment. Damien Tokatlian wiping away the sweat before the mask comes down and the final battle ensues.
Never write off an Italian fencer. The momentum very much shifted towards the French team through the middle three, certainly legs 5 and 6, and it's remained with them ever since.
Fencers doing their best to stay calm as they're sat there in the spotlight in front of over 6,000 people, all eyes on this final bout. The referee pulls them into position. The scores sit at Italy on 35, trailing France's score of 40. The first team to reach 45 hits, or the team in the lead at the end of this 3-minute period, will be crowned bronze medalists in the men's foil team.
Anga. Prêt. Allez. 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 Et pose touche. 3. Anga. Prêt. Allez. Allez. Paré. Repose non. Reprise touche. 3. Anga. Changer.
Lambertini not happy with the way his foil is feeling. It was obviously working, but sometimes something might come loose and you can feel that. Just preempting any issues with it. Don't feel like it's a tactical change at this early stage.
No, it didn't look like that, did it? No, it's certainly either, as you say, the Allen nut's gone loose and the grip's come a bit loose, so it's shaking and rattling around in his hand, or you can feel that the tip has got something in it. It's been jammed, or even that the sleeve around the tip has split, which will make it more difficult to push the plunger in at the end of the sword. Many reasons.
We can just hypothesize watching from the screen here.
Saute, saute.
Okay.
Anga. Please. Anga. Prêt. Allez. Attaque non. Contre-attaque non valable. Anga. Prêt. Allez. Paré. Repose touche. 3.
Tokatlian taking France ever closer to the bronze.
Nice remise there of the riposte.
What has Lambertini got to answer for this? Trailing by 7 hits, and France just 2 away from victory.
Anga. Prêt, allez.
So much of this match, Italy looked as though they were the stronger team.
Paré, attention. Reprise. Gauche.
Right now, I reckon about 5,500 of the Grand Palais on the edge of their seats as France are 1 point, one victory away from becoming bronze medalists. It feels like a gold medal match here, the tension, the excitement. Could this next hit decide the medal?
Floor, en garde. En garde. En garde. Prêt, allez. Contre-attaque, gauche.
And there it is, the moment that the crowd have been patiently waiting for. France crowned bronze medalists in this men's foil team competition, celebrating the victory as though it's the biggest win they have ever had. This, a bronze in their home city of Paris.
Bronze medal for Team France. 45-36 over Italy. Médaille de bronze donc la France. On ne vous entend pas Paris, la France.
Well, this is what the crowd came here for. And my goodness, they have been treated to an absolutely nail-biting bronze medal match. France victorious, and they will be celebrating for hours and most probably days to come.
Coming up in just a few minutes, the first gold medal match for the women's foil team competition. Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez accueillir vos arbitres et athlètes, le match pour la médaille d'or.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your referees and fencers for the first gold medal match.
It's time for the gold medals to be decided. We're starting with the women's foil team gold medal match. It is between the People's Republic of China and the team from Hungary. Well, Hungary knocked out the women's French team in their first round convincingly, 45-19, and weren't particularly challenged by Hong Kong China with a 45-29 victory in their semi-final.
Fleurs et dames, compétition par équipe, le match pour la médaille d'or.
Women's foil team gold medal match.
Mais accueillez vos arbitres.
China, on the other hand, were pushed in their semi-final, 45-41 against Italy. They are the defending Paralympic champions in this event. They are the reigning world champions in this event.
Finally, the People's Republic of China.
Zhao Rong, Zhu Zufeng, Gu Ayang, Cheng Yuanong. Opposé à l'équipe de Hongrie.
Their
Already
opponent, Hungary. Buglaka Mejo.
5 individual medals from this Paralympic Games in the team from China. Spread across, I should say, foil and sabre. We're yet to have the épée here at the Paralympic Games. The team from Hungary looking for the first Hungarian medal, and they're guaranteed that. Just which colour, that's yet to be decided. Hungary will have brought confidence in from that convincing win on both of their rounds, but especially that semi-final.
Juste avant le début de cette première finale, la République populaire de Chine, tenante du titre paralympique, c'était à Tokyo il y a 3 ans maintenant, opposé à l'équipe de Hongrie, qui va faire, quoi qu'il arrive, un pas en avant puisqu'elles étaient médaillées de bronze aux Jeux paralympiques de Tokyo 2020. Donc à minima, ce sera une médaille d'argent et pourquoi pas une médaille d'or. La réponse.
Hungary opening with Eva Andrea Pajmasi.
Dans quelques minutes, République populaire de Chine.
She was in that successful team back in Rio when Hungary won the silver. Their best was a bronze 3 years ago. I know they're going one better, but they won't be dwelling on that for a moment. There's our lineup, and it's Gu Haiyan for China opening the proceedings. Already with a gold in the sabre competition, and then a silver in the foil individual, losing to a teammate who she's now going to be fencing alongside. Now, Karen, we saw Hungary have sort of a smoother run into this final, yet a team from China, the reigning champions, the reigning world champions, and I mean, would that maybe have been a surprise to them to have been pushed so close in that semi-final by the team from Italy?
Yeah, I think it would have been a bit of a surprise for China. I mean, having not seen by myself, it's hard to say what, you know, whether it was the order, whether it was tactics of the Italian team. One thing I can say is I have seen the Hungarians today, and they have been fencing absolutely brilliant. The key to this match for me is how Mezzo performs, because you know that the Chinese category B fencer is very, very good.
Well, here we go. We are ready and set for the women's foil team gold medal match. People's Republic of China versus Hungary. Well, Gu Haiyun, a pretty tough competitor to have. There's your first match for Hajmasi. Two Paralympic medals already and guaranteed a third. This is only day 3 of the fencing here in the Grand Palais.
On guard, Fred, allez. Lata operata, Nambala. On guard, Fred, allez. Lata, Nambala. On guard, Fred, allez. Attack, Nambala. On guard, Fred, allez. Attack, non. Contre-attaque, Nambala. En garde. Fred, allez.
Gu showing her dominance in this discipline.
Attack, touche.
Hajmasi just struggling to find anything to answer to the in-form Chinese fencer.
Attack, Nambala. En garde.
Sometimes when you go up against someone, there's the first one for Hajmasi. When you go up against a team full of repeat winners, if you don't have the right mindset, you're already 3 or 4 points down. I mean, and I would say you're 3 or 4 points down in every third of this match. So you've got to come in with the big guns firing straight away. Difficult to really talk too much about the Hungarian setup, but from what I've seen today, Krajniak has been the engine of the team. I'm wondering whether they wouldn't have started with her.
En garde, Fred, allez. L'attaque.
If you've tuned in for the gold medal match, it's the first of 45 will be the Paralympic champions. They're split into 9, so that is 9 fights to 5. Gu just 1 hit away from finishing this first bout. The clock not relevant at the moment, but it is 3 minutes on the clock for each bout. And if we have, for some reason, a relatively passive fight, and it ends at the end of that 3 minutes with whatever the score happens to be.
Just going back to Krajniak, what they've done, the Hungarians, is they've put her on last, and they've tried to split her fights more evenly through the 9 legs, so that she's not off the piste for too long. And that's why they've put Hajmasi on first, hoping that she could at least get 3 points maybe against Gu. You can have a real clear picture of how this is going to look going through the rest of the match after 3 fights. Just after 3 fights, we're going to see at least where Hungary are and what they're going to have to do, because if they go too far behind after 3 in the middle third, they absolutely have to go for it.
5-1 for.
Well, a fairly straightforward start for People's Republic of China.
Deuxième match,
Opening up a 4-point lead.
Versus Susanna Krajniak.
Well, this is China's category B fencer Zhao Rong, silver medalist in the individual sabre and foil.
It's given there. Mr. Krajniak asking for a video review there. Have they lost a video review? Maybe we were seeing the replay as she called for it.
A little raise of the eyebrows there.
She's a proper character. She's going to be going down in Paralympic history as well. Guaranteeing, if I remember correctly, a 13th Paralympic medal.
Yeah, she does have 12 Paralympic medals, but yet to have a gold in that collection.
I think she might know that. That might be a little bit of a motivator here. She might be thinking to herself, okay, the Chinese team are the team to beat, but I'm really up for it.
Well, they might have seen a little bit of that weakness when watching Italy get so close to beating them, and no doubt will have learned from that. Found some weakness in this tough armour from the People's Republic of China.
En garde, please. Please, in the middle. Last time.
Well, this is Krajniak's turn to really put her mark on the score up against the category B fencer. Hungary want to really epitomise this opportunity and see if they can reach that score of 10. But right now, Zhao is doing a brilliant job of not really letting Krajniak get into this competition here.
Carton jaune, départ avant le lait. En garde. Prêt, allez. Hâte. L'attaque est parée. La riposte, non. La remise d'attaque, non valable. En garde. Prêt, allez. Hâte, la riposte, touche. Point.
Well, first pair of riposte is no from Krajniak, and the referee calling that continuation, quite right.
Well, Zhao Rong making relatively light work up against the category A fencer.
People's Republic of China, 10.
Suddenly, at this very early stage, it's a 7-point lead for China over Hungary.
Yeah. This is potentially going to look very difficult for Hungary after this third leg. Difference, as we thought before going into the match, the difference between how the category B fencers are going to fence. For sure, the two Cat A fencers for China are just a little step above the two Hungarians. Now we've seen the Cat B fencer beat one of the Cat A fencers in Hungary. Mezzo comes on. Will she spring a surprise? Both teams have got a Cat A reserve at this stage. Potentially, Hungary may already be thinking about bringing on Perez.
Well, I expect to see Zhou not really let Hungary get a look in here. She is the Paralympic champion in the individual event, and she's now up against a category B fencer.
She's already got one gold medal. She doesn't need another one, does she?
Well, if you have a look at the medal table of China, they are absolutely running away with it here. They've already got 4 golds. We're only on the 3rd day.
prolific, aren't they? Very, very special.
It's 11 medals in total for the People's Republic of China, not including these guaranteed this evening in the Grand Palais. At least a silver. The outcome of this match.
Sean Grundy, Great Britain, taking up the refereeing duties here.
And what would a coach potentially say to Mezzo, Category B fencer, coming up against the Paralympic champion in Category A? How does one approach such a mountain?
All you need to do is get 1 point. Quite simple. Just don't worry about anything else. Get 1 point. If she then gets that point, see, you can get a point. Go and get another point. You can only fence within your abilities. So you've got to try and lure your opponent into doing what you want them to do. So all she must do is fence and not get dragged into the way that Zhou is fencing. Easy to say, though, because Zhou is something special.
Well, I think we expected the scoreline, nothing surprising there, as Zhou just showing her dominance at the top of this sport. And suddenly, I mean, that is pretty huge, isn't it? 12-point lead after just 3 rounds. All fencers have now fenced, and Karim, you said that once we've seen everybody on the piste, the full display, we might get a bit of a clearer idea, but I think that scoreline in itself is giving us a relatively clear idea of where things are heading at the moment.
Yeah, I think that there would have to be a significant change in fortunes here for Hungary at this stage. 3 fencers on each side, as you say, have been out. I mean, stranger things have happened, but I wouldn't be too surprised if I wouldn't be too surprised if either team made a substitution, to be honest with you, even at this early stage. The Chinese can feel very, very comfortable. They've dominated through the first third. Suggestions would say that that's going to continue, and therefore they've got the freedom to use their reserve. Hungary, well, if you're going to change it up, why not give your reserve a couple of fights?
I will keep an eye on that substitution list. But right now, we see a repeat. Zhao Rong returns to the piste. She now has Eva Hajmasi. To remind you, Zhao is the Category B fencer for the People's Republic of China. She was victorious over Krajniak. But Hajmasi will have the advantage just for having watched that match, and along with her coaches, no doubt they will have a game plan here.
Again, I think so. You asked about what the coach should be saying. The coach should be saying, just worry about point by point. Well, don't worry about it. Just work point by point. Go at the fight as though every point is important. Go.
That's a hard concept to look at when it's the first to 20. So Hajmasi, in theory, would need to score 17 hits to put them properly in the lead. Well, at least.
Can't say I've seen 17 being scored, but I've certainly seen 14 being scored in a single match here.
Well, that would also be enough, as the mathematician next to me points out. And it's times like this that the 3 minutes on the clock do suddenly become significant. We haven't really seen the time coming into play so far.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halt. L'attaque, Nambala.
Just hitting the top of the sword arm of Hajmasi.
Fred, allez. Halt. L'attaque, Nambala. En garde. Fred, allez. Halt. Attaque, Nambala. En garde.
Well, we could look at it also from the other side, couldn't we, of Zhao? I mean, she's got this huge margin, but she won't want to let Hajmasi really eat into that either. We're seeing a few off-target hits, and you know, that could be preventing the Hungarian from doing what she needs to or wants to be doing.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point that they can't take their foot off the gas.
En garde. Fred, allez. L'attaque Nambala. En garde. Fred, allez. Halt. L'attaque Nambala. En garde. Fred, allez. Palais prochain, non. L'immédiat attaque touche, quoi.
Well, it is point by point at the moment for the Hungarian.
Fred, allez. Halt. L'attaque Nambala. En garde.
Still 2 minutes 30
Allez, halt.
on the clock. She's got time to make some significant inroads, potentially even put Hungary back on equal points.
Parade Nambala.
Well, that's just going to contribute to the catch-up that we're seeing from Hungary.
Well, while they try and sort out the score here, just looking back on that semi-final that People's Republic of China had over Italy, they went 10-4 down. Chen, who's the reserve for this fight, came on. She was in the starting lineup in the semi-finals and scored 11 hits to get them into the lead. So going back to what you were saying about, you know, they don't want to take their foot off the gas. They certainly don't, because they did in the fight against Italy in the middle third, and they went behind again before battling back to lead 30-24. Going into the final leg, they were 40-30 up, quite comfortable. Bebe Vio came on and scored 11 hits. We know what she can do, but a 10-hit lead was enough for Gu Haiyan to go over the line by 45-41. Sounds closer than perhaps it actually was, but there were signs for the People's Republic of China that if you let the other team in, they're going to take the advantage. They're going to take the opportunity if it's given to them.
Marcy absolutely on a roll here. Karim, you said you'd seen 14 points before. Well, already that is 9 victories. Only 40 seconds down on the clock.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, the way she's going, she's worked out the distance in this one. She should be able to overtake. This one leg could see Hungary right back in the match.
En garde. Fred, allez. Halt, l'attaque, Nambala. En garde. Fred, allez.
It's the first to 20, just to remind you, as this fight feels like we've seen a huge score. Well, we have. We've seen 11 hits for Hajmasi to Zhao's 2. That might feel like a bit of a relief for the People's Republic of China. But still, they've got to get 2 more hits to conclude this match. Hajmasi only needing 6, and I say only, that's because we've seen her on such a roll.
Fred, allez.
Yeah, 3.6 hits for Hajmasi to every one of Zhao. So sort of extrapolate that forwards, you'd think that Zhao would get to 20, but Hajmasi will probably be around about 17 or 18. The thing is, as it gets closer to the target score for the People's Republic of China, it gets more tense for the Hungarians in the chase.
Yeah, and that can change just the flow of the match as well. You've got to play with instinct in fencing. You can't freeze, you can't overthink it.
L'attaque para. Para riposte touche pas. En garde.
Well, the flow continues.
Allez.
Over Andrea Hajmasi.
It's been a Carter for an early start here.
En garde.
I mean, it was super fast reactions.
Allez. L'attaque number là. En garde. Prêt. Allez. L'attaque number là. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Opera attaque number là. En garde.
Feels like Zhao really trying to put the pressure onto Hajmasi here, not giving her an opening.
Para riposte touche pas. En garde.
Zhao wanting the video from that decision.
Shouldn't be turned over this one.
Well, the video lost. Zhao with no more appeals remaining.
Okay. En garde.
She's just desperate for that one more point to stop this crawlback from Hungary.
L'attaque number là. En garde. Prêt. Allez. L'attaque number là. En garde. Prêt. Allez. L'attaque number là. En garde. Prêt. Allez. L'attaque number là. En garde. Prêt. Allez.
And all of this has happened in less or just over 2 minutes. We've seen 18 points in 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Not finished yet.
This really is an incredible run from Hajmasi. Can she make it 2 more? Put Hungary in the lead.
Wanting to get the frame moved here. Just gone off on a bit of a slant to the referee.
Well, during this pause, we can hear the chants of the Hungarian fans. Hungary, France, Italy, such strong fencing nations in Europe. We've made the most of having a European Paralympic Games, or I should say a Paralympic Games in the heart of Europe. And there it is. The scores are levelled. And Hajmasi had 17 victories in a row. Karen, there's a record for you. I'm not sure it's an official record, but it might be the most that you have seen.
I've certainly not seen more than 14, or I've certainly not been in the commentary box seeing more than 14 hits. That is a tremendous effort from Hajmasi. After going down 5-1, she could have let her head go down, and she focused completely in that match. Brilliant performance from Hungary to put themselves right back in the match.
Agu and Mezzo will have been anxiously waiting in position on the adjacent piece. That really will have done a huge amount for the spirit of Hungary as well. But Larka Mezzo, the category B fencer, on next. And even if it is a loss to Hungary, it will be, well, it can only be by 5, so damage limitation potentially for Mezzo. But thanks to Hajmasi, putting Hungary in a great position. And look at this. Well, it can only be a deficit of 4 after that strong start out the blocks for the Hungarian.
No, Mezzo. En garde. Prêt, allez. Hâte, l'attaque, touche. Point. En garde. Prêt, allez. Hâte, l'attaque, touche. Point.
Ogu maybe just finding a bit of rhythm.
Just 7 points. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Hâte. Attaque. Touche. Point. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Hâte. L'attaque. Non valable. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Hâte. La contre-riposte non valable. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Hâte. L'attaque. Non valable.
Mezzo not making things easy for Gu.
Mezzo jacket, please. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Hâte. La riposte touche. Point.
So, classic Cat A against Cat B fencer category A, category B, to give it its full name. Leaning back, the Cat A fencer, because they've got that trunk mobility to wait for the Cat B fencer to just start to go backwards and then launch their attack. That's why Mezzo's beating the blade constantly, saying, well, if you're going to come at me, as soon as you come at me, I've got to have taken the right way off you and then extend my arm and you're going to run onto my sword. But does mean that easy. Just a quick hand as well there. I'm calling for a video, but can't see how she's going to get that one because she doesn't make any, she doesn't initiate anything herself. It's like a reaction.
L'attaque, touche, point. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halte. La riposte non valable. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halte. L'attaque. Touche. Point.
Ogu Hayon making relatively light work of that, as we might expect.
25 to 21 against
China back in the lead by 4 points. But even that one hit that Mezzo got early on, we've just been limiting that damage, and Hungary's still very much in this competition.
En garde. Prête. Allez. Halte. Remise attaque. Touche. Point. En garde. En garde. Prête. Allez. Attaque offerte non valable.
Well, you might realise we have a fresh face on the piste here. Maria Verez has been brought on. She came in as the substitute. What do you think the thought process might be here for the Hungarian team? I'm not expecting you to be a mind reader, Karen, but if you were team manager?
Change it up. Why not? It's possible that call was made during the Hajmassi fight, where she scored 17 points in a row, saying, well, you know, the coach just sitting down with Krasniak and saying, right, you're going to go up against Zhao. Do you feel like you can keep that momentum going, or should we get the younger fencer on for you? I stand to be corrected, but I believe that in wheelchair fencing you can bring the sub back off, but you have to bring on the person they replaced. So Krasniak could come back on for the anchor leg. So this is a potential to try and claw some points back, or even extend this fight to stretch out the run that China would have to go on in the next leg against the Cat B fencer from Hungary. So basically kill time, no hits. But I'm not entirely convinced that everything is as it should be, because no one's looking at a video review here. They're double checking that the substitution was made in time. Well, they are looking at the video. They are looking at the video here, but this is a long, long look at the video. As we were looking at our paperwork, something clearly has happened. They're just checking the scores. That's what it was. Should be 22. There you go.
Okay. Parade, riposte, touche, point.
Long day here for everybody, and these referees have been refereeing pretty much non-stop for the whole of the fencing competition. So double checking stuff is a good idea.
Prêt. Allez. Halt. Reprise. Non valable.
See Versailles
En garde.
fresher, moves very smartly. Bring her on for one fight. Could be a masterstroke for the Hungarian coach. Could be.
Well, Versailles just specialise in épée and sabre. Finished 8th in the individual sabre competition. And has the, well, is the Paralympic champion in the épée from Tokyo, the defending champion. So she'll be out the following day trying to defend that title.
En garde. Prête. Allez. Halt. Attaque. Non. Contre-attaque. Non valable.
She thinks it's a hit.
The Chinese want us to drop it.
She thought she'd hit on target, Versailles. But unfortunately for her, it wasn't. That's why she tested the jacket, the lame jacket, to see if the coloured light came up.
En garde. Prête. Allez. Halt. Attaque. Non valable. En garde. Prête. Allez. Halt. Attaque. Non. Attaque. Touche. Point.
She's up for it.
En garde. Prête. Allez. Halt. À vous d'aller.
Or maybe a little too up for it. It's easy to get carried away
En garde.
in this pressured environment.
Allez. Attaque. Non valable.
2 meters of the blade. Oh, sorry. There's not 2 meters in the blade. She does find the blade, but then she doesn't take up the right of way, so.
Halt. Attaque.
Oh.
Non valable.
She's celebrating off target hits like they are
Prête.
real hits. That must be the épéiste in her.
Attaque.
Forgetting that the target area is defined to the torso.
En garde.
You're telling us straight back out to fence in the épée competition. Perhaps this is just a warm-up for her. Get her ready.
Prêt? Allez. Halt. Attack.
Thing is, she doesn't look like a foil doesn't belong in her hands. She's showing us a few of those remises as she's coming backwards as well. I mean, that's also great for épée, but...
Attack. Non valable.
Her movement in the chair is quite incredible, isn't it?
Prêt?
It's very long, isn't it?
Halt. Remise d'attaque. Touche. Point. En garde. Prêt? Allez. Halt. Attaque. Non. Attaque. Non valable. En garde. Prête? Allez. Halt. Attaque. Non. Attaque. Touche. Point.
30 points now for the People's Republic of China.
Well, the energy that Versailles brought didn't completely convert into points, and Zhou Zhufeng continued that lead and continued to open the lead. 7 points now, the margin for China. Mezzo faces Zhao as we pop over to the piece next door.
Immediate earlier start. This could have a massive bearing on the rest of the match here. Form would suggest that Zhao is going to have a comfortable victory here.
En garde. Prêt? Allez. L'attaque demi-attaque non valable. En garde. Prêt? Allez. Contre par Boston. Demi-attaque touche. Point. En garde. Prêt? Allez. L'attaque opère-attaque non valable.
Well, we are now in that final third, so these both being Category B fences means the final two matches both Category A fences, so no huge disparity in that sense. But a significant lead for the People's Republic of China, for these latter stages at least.
Attaque parade. Para riposter touche. Quoi. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque parade. Para riposter touche. Quoi. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Parade contre para riposter touche. Quoi.
Nice done by Mezzo.
Prêt. Allez. L'attaque d'emballage. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Parade. Riposter touche. Quoi.
Good scrap here. Hungarian.
Alt contre para riposter d'emballage. En garde. Prêt. Allez. L'attaque d'emballage. En garde. Prêt. Allez. L'attaque d'emballage. En garde. Prêt. Allez. L'attaque non. Contre-attaque d'emballage. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Toujours para riposter d'emballage.
It's almost like the referee
En garde.
doesn't really care. Yeah, attack, parry, riposte off target, attack, good.
En garde. Prêt. Allez.
Staying out of the drama.
La parade non.
The Republic of Korean referee.
En garde.
He's not getting sucked into this electric atmosphere.
En garde.
This fencing final. First of two gold medal matches in the team event.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. L'attaque. L'attaque touche. Quoi. En
Well,
garde.
Zhao Rong needing just one more victory.
Prêt. Allez.
before her work is done here. And it's the mask off for the last time today for Zhao Rong. She has very much contributed her part there. Efforts are also over. And that was damage limitation again for Hungary, but they do see themselves with a 9-point deficit, just 2 rounds to go. And when you've got Zhou and Gu coming up, well, you've got to say that China are the favourites here. They've got the Paralympic champion and the silver medalist from the individual event to finish.
And don't look tired either. They look well up for this. Nation against a European in Europe. South American music in the background.
L'attaque, touche, point. En garde. Prêt, allez. Sur la préparation, l'attaque, touche, point.
Hajmasi had that incredible run earlier, 17 victories in a row. That was up against Zhao, a category beneath her, and now she's facing the Paralympic champion. It's a slightly different mountain to climb.
Coach. Just put the... No, stop.
Well, there's the Hungarian contingent making themselves known, or making their support known. Hungary right now need every bit of support they can get. Not sure many people would want to be in the shoes of Eva Andrea Hajmasi facing the Paralympic champion, starting with a considerable deficit.
En garde. Prêt, allez. L'attaque est parée, la riposte touche. Point. En garde. Prêt, allez. Halte, l'attaque, non valable. En garde.
Points in it now.
Prêt, allez. Halte, la contre-riposte touche. Point.
I mean, I'm sure Hungary believed they could win it coming into this competition. They would have seen the score from that match with Italy. And they actually had the smoother run into the gold medal match. A more convincing win over Hong Kong, China. But still, they will know that they are coming up against the Paralympic defending champions, the People's Republic of China, and with 2 of the recent gold and silver medalists in that team. It's got to be a pretty intimidating prospect.
2 silver medalists and a gold medalist, isn't it? Because Zhao is the Cat B.
You are correct, yes. I was just looking at the final 2 and got carried away there.
Yes,
Zhao Rong has the silver in the foil and the sabre.
Pretty formidable Chinese team, isn't it? They are something to behold, but that experience in there. It's that thing again about, we were talking about earlier on, that there's this in the past, most recent past, the experience has made the big difference in wheelchair fencing. But as the sport has grown, people are getting better at it younger. And people are taking it up younger. So we're starting to see a little shift in that average age of top-class athletes.
Well, Hajmasi really not being intimidated by the fact she's fencing the Paralympic champion. She wasn't intimidated by that deficit she had earlier coming on to fence Zhao.
Different prospect going up against a Cat B athlete, though, so this is super impressive. Any hits from now are closing the gap. Massey, keen to get on with this. She don't want to stop the momentum. She moved the frame herself then.
You can just feel the energy, can't you, coming from her body position, her body language. Zhou creeping ever closer to the all-important 40 for this 8th match, this 8th bout.
La remise d'attaque non valable. En garde. Prêt, allez. Halte, la riposte. Touche. Point. En garde. Prêt, allez.
Look at the amount of movement coming from Zhou. The whole plate the wheelchair is fixed to coming off the ground.
La contour riposte non. La remise non valable.
Yeah, the movement is incredible, and they are. The decision there from the referee was spot on. Massey didn't complain. She made the parry, but then just didn't quite get the riposte on. She could get. I think she's got to get at least another 6 to have a chance here.
En garde. Prêt, allez. Halte. La contour riposte non valable. En garde. Prêt, allez. Halte.
Oh, who's gone? It's another red card. There's another point. That puts a little bit more pressure, added pressure on Zhou.
En garde. Prêt. Halte.
Oh, yellow card now for Massey.
Oh, she even accepted it before referee had chance to reach for his pocket.
I don't know what the Hungarian is for whoopsie.
I pretty much only know how to say thank you in Hungarian.
Halte, l'attaque non valable. En garde. Prêt, allez. Halte.
Zhou, carton rouge, stand up.
Lifting from the Chinese athlete. So, only 4 more required.
Well, if Massey keeps continuing like this, she'll be collecting those 3 points.
No contact, please. No contact. No contact.
Happily.
En garde.
But I think these mistakes we're seeing from Zhou just showing that Massey's able to put the pressure on the Paralympic champion.
There's also an element of as you get closer to the gold, you know, especially in the penultimate fight, you know, I need to make sure I give my anchor the biggest lead possible. She's put an end to this one.
She didn't wrap it up quite as quickly as she might have hoped. Zhou Zhufeng
Republic of China.
manages to continue that lead for the People's Republic of China. Eva Andrea Hajmasi putting 2-point deficit into that. Reducing the deficit, I should say, by 2 points. So that leaves Zuzana Krajnak, who's come back on with a lot of work to do as she faces Gu Haeyeon, a silver medalist from this individual event. Well, it's interesting that Hungary did decide to bring Krajnak into position like you thought could be part of their tactics, Karim.
Or it could be, we need to check the rules here, that she hadn't been on so far in the competition. She's not fenced for the team, and perhaps you have to fence in order to get a medal.
Riposte. Non valable.
You can definitely swap in and out in wheelchair fencing. You can't in Olympic fencing.
Prêt? Allez. Attaque. Touche. Point.
Krajnak just be looking to get some points to end on here. Looks as though
Attaque. Non valable.
Gu has definitely
En garde.
got the significant advantage here. I don't just mean the silver medal
Attaque.
from 2 days ago, but the 9-point lead that she currently holds.
Attaque. Touche. Point. En garde.
Sean Grundy making the call. Krajniak knows to not call for immediately for a video, turns to the coach, and the coach says, yeah, didn't quite get the parry in. Where's he gone? I want to replace my weapon. Just got to make the request to the referee, but Sean Grundy was already making his way up onto the podium just to oversee. He recognised that there was an off-target light coming up, and he's now just going to check all of the equipment. I think Krajniak, as she has changed her weapon, he'll let a new weapon come in, plug it on, and really double-check that no white light's going to come up, just to confirm it was the thing. Well, in fact, the official timekeepers come on to test the body wire. You don't even need a weapon to test the body wire.
Well, Zsuzsanna Krajniak will not be flustered by any technical issues. So experienced, her 7th Paralympic Games. She's guaranteed, as we mentioned earlier, to be making it 12 Paralympic medals.
Adding to the 12 Paralympic medals she's got. This is lucky 13 for her.
It certainly is. The most, well, the 12 were the most by any Hungarian para-athlete across all sports. And she'll just be extending her record there, won't she? Exactly.
Halt. Riposte. Non valable. En garde. Prête. Allez. Halt. Attaque. Non valable. En garde. Prête. Allez. Halt.
Oh.
Attaque paré.
So close, just hitting the shoulder rather than the lame jacket, the top of the shoulder and the white part of the jacket.
Prête. Allez. Attaque. Paré. La riposte. Touche. Point.
She's going to fight to the end.
En garde.
No doubt about that.
Prête. Allez. Attaque. Non valable. En garde. Prête. Allez. Attaque. Parade. Riposte. Non. Remise attaque. Non valable. En garde.
Well,
prête. Allez.
You have to say the People's Republic of China have been the team to beat today. They were red-hot favourites coming into it, and they have proven, despite going behind against Italy, but despite having a problem in the final leg against Italy in the semi-finals, that they are deserving of fighting this gold medal match. You've also got to say that there have been a couple of storming fights in this match from Hungary. But overall, the Chinese team are on their way to this gold medal, and in fact, after that video review, just need one more point.
Prête. Allez. Halt. Attaque. Non. Remise. Non valable. En garde. Prête. Allez. Halt. Attaque. Parade. Riposte. Touche. Point.
And Krajniak isn't going to make it easy. Gu Hayoung will be tasting that gold medal again.
No.
Just one hit away from bringing home another gold medal.
Final riposte non valable. En garde. En garde, s'il vous plaît. Prête. Allez. Halt. Riposte non valable. En garde. Prête. Allez. Halt. Riposte. No.
And we wait for the final decision from the referee. And there it is. The People's Republic of China defend their title. They didn't really ever look threatened. And Paralympic champions here in Paris 2024, adding to the gold they won in Tokyo and in Rio. Well, a team that came in with 5 medals between them from these championships already have just added to their impressive collection.
La médaille d'argent ira à la Hongrie.
Silver medal for Hungary after the bronze in Tokyo.
And it's always hard coming off a loss, but Hungary will no doubt be celebrating the fact that they are silver medalists. They were bronze 3 years ago, and they knew that they were going at least one better. They leave with the silver.
Médaille pour la Hongrie, médaille d'argent. Dans quelques instants, la finale du fleuret chez les hommes.
Coming up in just a few moments, the men's foil team gold medal match. People's Republic of China versus Great Britain.
Petit rappel pour vous, mesdames et messieurs, juste après cette finale, la cérémonie des victoires. Restez bien parmi nous.
A quick reminder, ladies and gentlemen, just after this last gold medal match, stay with us for the victory ceremony.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez accueillir vos arbitres et les athlètes. Le match pour la médaille d'or.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your referees and fencers for the second gold medal match.
Un match pour la médaille d'or.
Men's foil team gold medal match.
Vos arbitres.
The referees.
Ricardo Ferrazzi Jr.
Andy Lam Kiming.
Pierre Pupati.
Gilles Bourret.
Jakub Lesitsky.
Iliani Panagiari.
Suzanne Vogt. Veuillez accueillir la République populaire de Chine.
First team, People's Republic of China.
Feng Yongke.
Well, the defending champions in the men's foil team competition, the People's Republic of China. It's hard to see them not as the favourite.
Opposé à l'équipe de Grande-Bretagne.
Their opponent, Great Britain.
They have tough competition from the three athletes of Great Britain. No room for a substitution, but they have got their three best fencers in this event. Great Britain, the silver medalists 3 years ago. People's Republic of China have won this event on the last 4 occasions. No men's foil team in 2008 in Beijing. They first took the title 20 years ago back in Athens. We saw a team of 4 introduced for China. Tian Zhongquan will be starting as the substitute though.
Mesdames et messieurs, qu'une finale retour quelque part, puisqu'il y a 3 ans maintenant, la Grande-Bretagne et la République populaire de Chine s'affrontaient déjà. C'était du côté de Tokyo pour les Jeux paralympiques et en 2020. La victoire revenant à la République populaire de Chine, très belle médaille d'or.
Both of these teams with ample Paralympic medalists already from these Paris Games, and we're only on day 3 of 5 of the wheelchair fencing.
This is the rematch of the gold medal match 3 years ago in Tokyo at the Paralympic Games in 2020. China won gold medal. In Japan, Great Britain has exactly the same 3 fencers than in Tokyo 3 years ago.
Well, kicking off the proceedings, Oliver Lamb-Watson for Great Britain. Finished 8th in the individual event. Made his debut at the Paralympic Games purely in the team competition back in Tokyo. He's up against the incredibly experienced and well-decorated Sun Gang.
Speed of the attacks from Sun are out of this world. He is going to be a tricky first matchup here. They put Alan Watson on first, perhaps to get him out of the way. They would have thought about the order here, Great Britain. What is going to give them the best possible chance? Cat B fencers, Feng and Kuchar were silver and gold medalists in the individual respectively. So, I mean, to be fair, Dimitri Kuchar, I just want to put this politely, he won convincingly in that gold medal match to take the Paralympic title, but they are the top two Category B fencers here in the men's foil competition. Can they do any damage against their Cat A opponents? As you say, China are the ones to beat. Can Great Britain spring a surprise here?
What if you are just joining wheelchair fencing for the first time, or joining us for the team matches for the first time? The categories are on the level of impairment, and each team has to have one athlete of Category B impairment, so more impaired than the Category A. And it is Dimitri Kutia and Feng Yanke, as Karen was talking about, are the two athletes who fit into that category.
Okay. Play. Allez.
The scene is set. It is the team to reach 45 points first, who are in the lead at the end of the 9 time periods of 3 minutes.
Yeah, and for the fans out there that are perhaps only seeing fencing at the Paralympic Games, this is a weapon of convention for you. You've got to hit your opponent with the tip of the sword. The target area is that defined by that silvery jacket, the lame. It's the torso, everything about from arms, legs and head. And the referee is there to decide who has the priority in the final action, i.e. who is the attacker with the last action that scores. If you're being attacked, you can block your opponent's blade with yours. That's called a parry. Or you can lean back in the chair and make the attack miss to get the right of way. Not allowed to leave the chair. You've got to be in contact with the chair at all times. And Lam Watson's already been carded for lifting, as it's called.
Play. Allez. La tête l'emballa. En guerre. Play. Allez. La gauche l'emballa. En guerre. Play. Allez. Il la touche.
The speed of Sun's attack is so deadly. That Lam Watson knows it's coming. He was trying to get out of the way. Couldn't do it fast enough. Perhaps that's a better tactic for Lam Watson to go after Sun.
You can see just how active the amount of movement coming from both of these fencers, of how far down the piste the frames have moved.
The Brit gets them off the mark. Lam Watson with a huge cheer for himself. Quite a few Brits here in the Grand Palais as well, just over the channel. Just a couple of hours away from London, just over on the train. Harder to get tickets than get over here. No, that's the problem with the sport so popular in France.
I think the setting of the Grand Palais has helped towards that. Taekwondo happened earlier on, the para-taekwondo in the opening days of these Paralympic Games, and at the Olympics it was taekwondo and fencing in the same order.
Play. Allez. La tête l'emballa.
Well, this potentially never start for
En garde.
Oliver Lamb-Watson coming up in your first bout
Play.
against
Allez.
the
Ah.
reigning or the new Paralympic champion.
À voir, Alec. 4 jours. En garde. Play. Allez. Ah, l'attaque. Touche. Point. Salut.
Sun Gang
Le 5e point pour la République populaire.
performing as one might expect, opening up the lead.
Grande-Bretagne.
5-2 for China.
Deuxième match, second bout, Feng Yanke versus Piers Gilliver.
If you wonder how we suddenly so magically got two new fencers on the piece, well, we have two pieces next to each other on this podium central section in the Grand Palais. So Feng Yanke on the left and Piers Gilliver on the right will have already been preparing their positions.
Attaque. Touche.
Now, this is a big one for Great Britain. The Cat B fencer, Feng, got a silver medal in the individual competition. But Piers Gilliver is a Cat A fencer. I think he's taken a bit of a knock in the shoulder. Wasn't deliberate from Piers Gilliver to hit him so hard. But he's just, as he's changed direction to come forwards, he's kind of put his shoulder into the point that's coming at him. So it's a collision that's a little bit harder than it should have been.
Prêt. Allez. Attaque. Non valable.
You can see what Gilliver's plan is. Lean back and hesitate, not hesitate, give a staccato, stuttering movement forwards. That's why we're seeing the frame jumping up and down and then find the moment to either attack or find parry riposte.
Prêt. Allez. Attaque. Touche.
Change of line for Feng. Clever stuff.
En garde. Prêt.
Strong reach as well for category B fencer to be able to get to the torso of Gilliver.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque. Non valable. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque. Non valable.
Just getting through the defence there. Hitting on the non-valid part of the target. If you have the right of way, no hits scored.
L'attaque. Non valable.
Well, increments of 5 for each bout. So the first fencer to reach 10 in this occasion will signify the end of this matchup.
Oh, that was close for Gilliver.
Riposte non. Remise d'attaque touche. Point.
Gets the second bite of the cherry, but you can see this jumping back and forth in the chair is a deliberate plan to try and either lure his opponent in or get him to stop as he's coming forward, and that gives Gilliver an opening to go on the attack.
Prêt. Allez.
Oh, that's a great hit. And you can see what Gilliver's doing as well. He's targeting Glenn Golding and Ben Peggs there looking on for the British coaches. He's targeting the shoulder and then dropping the hand to block out anything that might come back from the Chinese fencer. It's good tactics from Gilliver.
Prêt. Allez. Attaque. Non valable.
Gilliver openly talks about the fact that the tactician side of things is his strong point and not necessarily a traditional fencer in his style. And it works for him.
Yeah, having your own style in a sport like fencing, which is so personal, is the way forward. See plenty of the top fencers around the world coming in with something a little different, and it freaks some people out, some of the most experienced in the world. Lucky there, Gilliver got a bit caught up and it was an off target from Feng.
Merci. En garde. Please cross blades. En garde. Prêt.
Feng just not wanting to commit with his blade at the start there. On a few occasions he's just had to be reminded by the referee.
We might call for a video here. I thought that Gilliver had picked up the blade early. But does he wait too long? The British fencer, and Feng steals the right of way. Sticks with the same decision, the referee. So he's got the blade. In fact, he said it was attack au fer for left of the attack off the blade for Feng.
Wait. On garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque. Touche. Point.
Well, Piers Gilliver working hard at this deficit. He came on to turn around, and he is doing that. Just one hit away from sealing this first to 10. He came in absolutely brimming with energy there. 8 points to Feng's 2. And that puts Great Britain in the lead.
Brilliant performance from Gilliver. Exactly what the British coaches would have wanted against the Cat B fencer. And now Great Britain bring on their Cat B fencer, the gold medalist in the individual competition. What can he do against Zhong?
Zhong Sai-chun versus Dimitri Kutia.
Tell you what, if they can still have the lead after this, it'll be the summer of 24 for Great Britain.
Well, Dimitri Kutia has had 2 tough days of competition, competing in both the sabre and the foil. 8th in the sabre, and then that wonderful victory in the foil event. That was less than 24 hours ago. He became Paralympic champion in the foil event for Category B men's foil. Zhong Sai-chun, his opponent, already with a bronze from the Category A.
What a start. What a start.
On guard. Out. You need to cross the blade, okay? On guard. Prêt, allez. Out. Attaque de gauche non valable. En garde. Prêt, allez. Out. Attaque non valable. Un gars, s'il vous plaît. Prêt, allez. Out. Attaque non. Attaque non valable. Un garde. Prêt, allez. Out. Attaque non valable. Un gars, s'il vous plaît. Prêt, allez. Out.
Beautiful stuff from Dimitri Kutia. His tactic is relatively simple, but he's changing the line. What he's doing, as soon as the referee says allez, he's going for a beat on the blade. That establishes the right of way, and then he's not scared to lean forward and threaten, but he's changing where he's going. Is he going to body? Is he going to flank? Is he going low line? Is he going high line? And it's confusing Zhong at the moment, mixing it up with direct attacks as well off the alley. There's the beat, right of way with Kutia. And look, he can get back and find those big parries as well. Great Britain could be leading against the favourites. I mean, they can't call them anything else, the People's Republic of China, but they could be leading third wave stage, and I don't think many people would have expected that.
Well, the energy just exuding from Dimitri Kutya, no doubt part of that coming off that high from the individual title.
Nice. Last time, cross the blade, please.
Beat from the right for me, and the referee agrees. Jean calls from the video, but it just looks stronger. And you know what? Kuchar did that in the final of the individual competition as well. Just a super strong beat. It really establishes the right of way. And for a Cat B fencer to do that against the Cat A and then land that flick across the back, the composure, absolutely brilliant.
No change. Attaque offert touche.
Well, that will be music to Kutya's ears. Zhong losing his one video appeal. Each athlete's given one appeal on every bout they come on for, so it gets reset after this match we're watching here. This is quite incredible. Kutya, category B fencer, putting the pressure on the bronze medalist from the individual category A.
That was close for Zhong. Second time of asking, lands the flick to the shoulder. I think Kuchar felt that one as well. Looks for the parry, knows that he's going up to the shoulder there, Kuchar. Blocked it out. And the thing about that parry is it's quite far forward to ensure the blade can't flick around. High and forward is the way that you block those flicks to shoulder.
Blades.
Clever. Zhong's starting to get the measure of this one now. He's read the pattern. And Kuchar needs to change that pattern right now. Goes for the beat this time. Has the right of way. And coming right the way over the top of that one. Knowing that parry now is going so high, it's Zhong who's adapted. This is what the game is all about.
Reprise de gauche non valable.
Right of way with the Brit. Can't get through on that. He can't get through on that hip to shoulder. So it's almost like Kuchar setting that up. He's getting the beat, and then it's a kind of slow and short attack to get the parry and then re-establish the right way. He's wanting to do this in the second or third phase, Kuchar. Or in that case, in the very first, just going direct. Not quite quick enough for Zhong's defense.
Out.
Referee called halt before the beat came. But did he get pulled up there on a yellow card? It was Zhong who got the yellow card.
Blades.
Pressure on People's Republic of China here. Does the attack go through? It's a single light, and I tell you what, this is a real shock. Great Britain leading a third of the way through the match.
Well, the significance of that, if you are new to watching the third of the way, we have now seen all three fencers appear on the piste. It's really set things up well for Great Britain. They will know what this means, and they are putting pressure on the defending champions.
En garde, s'il vous plaît. En garde. Play.
Well, this is now the chance for Oliver Lamb-Watson to try to keep this momentum as he's up against a Category B fencer in Feng Yankei.
En guerre. Play. Allez. La table, l'emballage. En guerre. Play. Allez. La table, l'emballage.
She's going to give Feng confidence here. Cat B fencer from People's Republic of China.
Allez.
Hasn't been hit yet by the Cat A from Great Britain. So someone's lifted here, and it is Feng. Left the seat of the chair, and you're not allowed to do that because it gives you that extra reach on the attack.
Play. Allez.
There's an opening there for Feng. Now, I think Feng has had a go and missed, and Lamb-Watson, I think, has the right way. We'll see in this replay. Wow, the attack. There was no beat the blade there for me. I think the attack comes from the British fencer. Referee didn't get asked to go to the video. He went by himself. Well, really, that was right, because Lamb-Watson not calling for a video at all and didn't seem too disappointed.
Well, you're saying that Feng would be getting confidence from the fact that he hadn't lost a hit. I mean, now suddenly scoring a hit on the Category A opponent.
Nervy stuff for both fencers here. Feng having to try and fight back against a Cat A fencer, and Lamb-Watson feeling the responsibility that Kuchar and Gilliver have put on him with their stunning performances so far.
Play. Allez. Latéral, l'emballage. En guerre. Play. Allez.
Come close a couple of times, Feng, with that flick across the right-hander. The classic lefty-righty hit.
En guerre. Play. Allez. La repose passe. Oui, miss la table, l'emballage. En guerre. Play. Allez.
Well, it's worth noting that we've already seen a minute tick by. Great Britain only got 1 point closer to that much-needed 20 hits.
Play. Allez. La table touche. One.
I was going to ask if we might see Feng maybe want to slow things down and let that clock tick down to not let Great Britain increase the lead. But right now, making a very marginal but still an inroad into that gap.
Yeah, not getting to the target score. It's actually more favourable for the team trailing. Space on the scoreboard is their friend. Now, he's learned something from that. He now knows that combination of feints that he did opens a channel for him. A feint 1-2 with a cutover was what created the opportunity.
Play. Allez. Ah, l'attaque passe. Pour l'attaque touche. Point.
Well, that might be the hit that Lamb Watson needed just to give him that little bit of confidence and get him sort of into his flow here.
British coach Ben Pegg saying, fence at your tempo. Oh, lovely. That's a second closing counter. You get the counter-attack as your opponent has the right of way, and you protect yourself from getting hit by blocking out. That's two of those he's just done, Lamb Watson. Don't get carried away, Ollie.
Lifting.
Another lift from Feng. And Feng needs to get himself up, but not out of the chair, because Lamb Watson is just one away from taking Great Britain into the lead against the absolute favourites here.
Play. Allez.
Oh, that was really, really close for Feng. They're so sharp on the attack, all three of the Chinese athletes.
Play. Allez. Now we miss l'attaque Lombala. Lifting. Chateau.
Well, it has been given to the other side. No point to be lost yet, though, for Lamb Watson. His first yellow card, his first infringement. That's seen as a warning. And if he has another error, it doesn't necessarily have to be the same mistake. It's another yellow card worthy penalty. That then becomes a red, and that's when you start to give points to your opponent.
Okay, s'il vous plaît. Okay. Play. Allez. L'attaque Lombala.
Feng's learnt to avoid that closing counter.
Play. Allez. L'attaque Lombala.
He's not getting into a second phase of action against Lamb Watson. Oh, that was close. And he's now drawn him down to the low line. He's shown him that and drawn him down there and blocked him out and hit with a riposte. Always adapting.
Play. Allez. L'attaque passe. Con l'attaque Lombala. Play. Allez. L'attaque Lombala. Play. Allez. Con l'attaque touche. Point.
You can hear the encouragement coming from the coaches in the sidelines. Glenn Golding applauding that final point from Oliver Lamb Watson. He had to work hard for every single one of those touches. He keeps Great Britain in the lead, extending the lead to 5 points.
Cat A gold medalist against Cat B gold medalist now.
Ok. On garde. Prêt. Allez, halte.
Card coming up for an early start.
Carton jaune à gauche, départ avant le allez.
Kuchar nodding his head in acknowledgement.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque. Touche. Point.
This is the one that the People's Republic of China will be targeting now. Kuchar, no doubt, a great fencer, but Category B champion against Category A champion.
On garde. Prêt, allez.
The People's Republic of China might have been trailing, but within that capability of what you can do in 3 minutes.
Attaque. Touche. Trois.
I think Great Britain would be pleased if Kuchar could get 2 or 3 hits here. Anything more, and, well, it's a stunning performance. Against a man like Sun, who, if you've watched the individual competition here in Paris, both appeal for that one, but if you watch the individual final, the gold medal match in Paris, you'll see him at his absolute best. He was absolutely phenomenal. The change of direction with his core is out of this world. Really special fencing in that final.
Yeah, it was a treat to commentate on that one.
He thinks he's got it.
Attaque simultanée, pas de touche.
Well, no one victorious from that outcome. Simultaneous hits. The referee could not separate.
Allez. Halt. Attaque. Touche. Trois. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halt. Attaque. Non valable. On garde. Prêt. Halt. Halt. Attaque offerte. Non valable. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Halt. Attaque. Touche.
So, Sun is aware of Kuchar's super strong beat on the alley. So what does he do? He does an even stronger one himself.
Prêt. Allez.
And it's so strong that Kuchar wasn't able to get his flick to chest on. So it just takes a bit too long to come back off that beat.
Prêt. Allez. Préparation.
The extra strength in the core from the Cat A fencer making the difference in this fight.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque. Touche.
Trying something different. Not a bad idea from Kuchar. Instead of going for the beat off the blade, he waited for the beat from Sun, but he just couldn't react quick enough to block him out.
Attaque offert, non. Contre-attaque, touche. Point.
Well, this is a significant turning point. We did say it could well be on the cards. The People's Republic of China haven't held this title for no reason at all, and they are starting to just give a little inkling into that prowess.
There's an example of that change of direction. He went in on a quick attack. Kuchar blocked it. He got out of the way, and back he came again. So fast, Kuchar wasn't able to block out the second time.
Thank you.
Suddenly, Sun Gang just one hit away from completely turning this around.
Attaque. Non valable. En garde. Please, Mr. Sun. Turn your back. Yes. Merci, monsieur. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Préparation.
Well, that just shows how important this bout has been to Sun Gang. He knows that that was a significant 10 points in the bag. Great Britain will have realised just the task that Dimitri Kuchar had in front of him. And now it is the People's Republic of China who have that 5-point lead. Complete turnaround with 4 bouts remaining. Karim, you said this middle part of the competition could really be the turning point and be very significant. And certainly we've seen a significant change in the lead.
Yeah, Great Britain aren't too far off. They won't feel they're completely out of this, but Gilliver who didn't compete in the individual foil, is going up against the bronze medalist from the People's Republic of China, Zhong. He's picked up the first point, so that is now 11 unanswered points for the People's Republic of China. The referee sent off to look at the video.
The same, no change.
Gilliver loses his video appeal in this sixth leg.
Point, s'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît.
And will Piers be singing Mamma Mia after this sixth leg? He needs to get some points. Great Britain are going to stay in this.
Attaque première, no. Attaque touche, point. No video, you just request. You go forward, miss your fight, your points, and he starts again. On guard.
Well, the British coach is giving nothing away with their body language there, so potentially agreeing with the referee's decision. Well, they're definitely agreeing with that one. Gilliver getting a point on target.
Attaque, touche, point. On garde, prêt, allez.
Great Britain with some work to do here.
Attaque.
This was always going to be the most difficult section, just the way the order has fallen.
Prêt, allez. Attaque non valable. On garde, prêt, allez. Out, attaque, non valable.
Piers Gilliver, a specialist in épée and sabre, didn't compete in the individual foil competition.
Someone's lifted here. Likely to have been the Chinese athlete. The clock was still counting down there because the referee had called halt rather than a hit stopping the clock.
Attaque touche, point.
Starting to slip away from Great Britain here.
Allez. Out. Remise d'attaque non valable. Un garde. Play. Allez. Out. Attaque non valable.
Thing is, next fight up is the two Cat B fencers going up against each other. A repeat of the individual gold medal match. And remember, I said that Kuchar won that comfortably. Can he repeat that? Will Feng have adapted and said, oh, I've already looked at that fight, knowing that we might well meet you in the team event, Great Britain.
Attaque. Touche. Point. Salut, s'il vous plaît.
Well, Gilliver has made that task not unachievable for Kutia, dropping 2 further points. Now the deficit for Great Britain 7.
For the People's Republic of China.
With just 3 bouts remaining. This the final third to decide who will be Olympic champions in the men's foil event.
Okay, s'il vous plaît. Wait. En garde, s'il vous plaît. En guerre. Clé. Allez. Ah, l'attaque. L'ombre. En guerre. Clé. Allez. Ah, l'attaque. Par repose. Touche. One.
Now, as you said, these two athletes faced each other, but obviously a very different circumstance when you start from 0-0. Great Britain with 7 points trailing. Would that potentially change any tactic coming from Kutia in this situation?
I mean, it's all very well and good to say, don't worry about the score, just go into it as a 0-0. Almost impossible, isn't it? But it will give him the confidence. That's the thing, that he could possibly turn this around. And a yellow card to Feng puts him at a disadvantage. You don't want to be given that yellow card first, because now you're under threat of having to wait just that tiny bit extra time after the referee said allez, just to make sure you don't gift a hit to your opponent.
Play. Allez. La table, l'emballage. En guerre. Play. Allez. La table, l'emballage. En guerre. Play. Allez. Là où il met la tête touche. Point. En guerre. Play. Allez, Merci.
Oh, Kutia, the one to go too fast on that occasion. He knew straight away.
En guerre.
Well, that puts them both in that potential danger zone of giving a point away.
Second beat of the blade from Kuchar in the middle there. He gets the first beat, lures out the attack, and then he does a second beat. The referee's going to have a look at this, but that was my gut feeling on it. So Kuchar's taken the right of way and then double checked. Let's just watch it again. There's that beat.
Like that, touche, one.
Given that the right way to Dmitry Kuchar.
Play. Allez.
Oh, again, Kuchar gets the beat but doesn't land the hit. Beat establishes the right of way, which you've got to have in order to score a point in foil.
Play. Allez. La droite. Touché. One.
But Feng just one away from the target score in this seventh leg. And slowly but surely, China have eked their way ahead in this match. 7 was the lead coming in to this seventh leg.
When these two met in the individual, it was a victory of 15-7 for Kutia, but it was very much the second half of that match that saw the Brit start to increase the lead.
Play. Allez.
Getting round the preen parry.
Well, Feng Yanke wrapping it up. Dmitry Kutia's work is done here. He's just going to have to sit and watch from the sidelines, as is Feng Yanke. It's down to the Category A fencers to finish these final 2 bouts that remain. China will be happy with that, because that could have been a real swing point in the competition again for them. But instead, they have a lead, a significant lead, 8 points. Oliver Lam-Watson now facing Zhong Seichun, the bronze medalist in the individual event.
No problem.
Tough ask for the Brit.
Prêt. Allez. Arrête l'attaque. Touche. 3. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque offert. Non. Contre-attaque. Non valable. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque. Non valable.
Tricky for Great Britain here. Lam Watson being asked to either contain. Oh, Lam Watson feeling that he got the beat there. So Lam Watson's been quite clear there, saying that he feels that he hit Zhong before the beat came in. And just asking, speaking to the referee about that, and then the referee gives an explanation. Lam Watson says, fine, I'm not going to burn my video on that.
That's Zhong who's actually going for his video request right now. To do it so early on, he must be quite sure.
He's burnt the video. But the scoreline, 9 hits the lead for the People's Republic of China. 2 hits, 2 legs to go. 10-point difference now after that one. This is looking a much brighter situation for the People's Republic of China. No doubt, Great Britain have given them a scare here. China have got a grip of this one now and look like they're pushing on.
You've got to think when they've got as their final 2 athletes, the bronze medalists and the gold medalists from the individual, that they've got to at least be feeling some confidence when the scoreline of this margin.
Yeah, for sure, they are. And that was a great little parry riposte, and they're going to have to move the frame back into the middle here, because almost on every single action, it's just eking off to the right, and you let that carry on happening, he's going to, Lam Watson's going to be at an angle. They've got a big enough disadvantage at the moment. They don't want to be fencing uphill as well.
On garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque parée, riposte non. Reprise d'attaque, touche. 3.
Zhong salutes the crowd as his work is done. And he is no doubt going to be happy with that performance. However, Lam Watson really had his work cut out facing the bronze medalist. Not really able to answer to anything that Zhong Seichun was throwing at him.
On the final piece, Sun Gang versus Piers Gilliver.
Well, now we have Sun Gang, the Paralympic champion in this event, up against Piers Gilliver, already with a silver from the sabre competition.
On garde. Prêt. Allez.
At 13 points. It's pretty huge. But a strong start for Sun.
You bet your bottom dollar that Gilliver is not going to just let this one go. He will fight. It is a mighty task to overhaul 13 points, especially when Sun scores the first. Oh, it's overturned. Brilliant stuff there. Getting the hit overturned. But look at Sun's impressive performance here so far at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. The attack is a thing of beauty.
Well, there's Piers just checking Sun's kits all in place and realises his own needed a little adjustment.
His clip was off there, so to put it back on, I have to test. It's working again now.
The energy, the amount of movement coming from these two fencers. I think this position might need to be reset a few times.
Where's the volunteer?
The volunteers required. I think they're a little bit too close to the edge of the piece.
It's hanging off the edge, isn't it, Sun's end? The thing is, they don't need a volunteer. They just need Sun to lean forward in the chair, and the whole thing moves forward about 1.5 feet. I should probably speak in centimetres and...
For my sake, and probably most of our viewers.
Well, I suppose I set that one up for myself.
En garde. Prêt, allez.
You never know, we might have some Americans appreciating that.
Attaque non valable.
Is that you're trying to make me feel better?
En garde. Prêt, allez.
We'll move on.
Gilliver desperately trying to get another one here. They can't go on at this rate for 3 minutes.
En garde, prêt, allez. Attaque.
Wow.
Remise d'attaque, touche, point.
Getting the remise, the attack against Sun. He's making Sun think about this.
Prêt, allez.
Well, we always knew that Gilliver would come out fighting, quite literally.
Après out.
Lifting is going to get called here.
Carton jaune. Lifting. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque.
The speed of the exchanges here. The amount of phases of each of these bouts is quite incredible just to watch, to follow.
Yeah, keeping up with the right of way is it's a feeling thing, and if you're struggling, as I know a lot of people do, sometimes it's good to look through the fences. Don't take them out of vision, but kind of almost put them in peripheral vision, and then you'll start to see the body movements. And if you then can start to pick up and listen to the sound of the blade movements, you'll start to feel the fight a lot more. And often it's not just about looking at the actions in front of you, which the referees are doing. They aren't looking through the fight, they are looking at the actions. But it is a helpful way of getting into understanding the flow of right of way in both foil and sabre.
So Gang just going for the weapon change there, and we're talking of flow, and I wonder if he just wants to sort of find his flow here, because I reckon he might feel a little bit flustered after Gilliver coming with that opening 3 points.
Yeah, he's struggling to get through, and the other thing is Gilliver is defending it's incredibly strong attack. Not this time, though. First time the attacks got through. During that change of weapons, Gilliver took his mask off. You could see just how much work he's already put in, and we've only had 33 seconds of the fight.
En garde, s'il vous plaît. Prêt, allez. Attaque offerte. Non valable. En garde. Prêt, allez. Attaque. Parade riposte. Touche. Point.
Edging ever closer to defending their title. Think back 3-4 fights. Great Britain were in an absolutely awesome position. It's changed from the middle towards the end, as the People's Republic of China have just put the accelerator down, realised the threat, and said, right, we've got to finish these guys off. We have got to be on our A game, and they have delivered.
It's full credit, isn't it, to Great Britain, that they have really made People's Republic of China sit up and think about the task at hand, and they've had to up their game.
Absolutely.
It
proves that they're not, the gap is closing. And Great Britain are leading the chasing pack on the People's Republic of China, who have had by far the better programme until just a few years ago. Really, this Olympic cycle, or Paralympic cycle in particular, for Great Britain has seen a real advance, not only in the input of cash, but also the experience, the use of the facilities, the access to everything that their Olympic colleagues have. So,
well, some might argue even better. They have their set base. They have a special cell that has been built at the training centre at the University of Bath.
Certainly, from a fencing's perspective, yeah. That's why the Olympic hopefuls from Great Britain go to Bath to go and train with the British team. I say Gilliver and Kuchar are the leading lights in that team as well. Still not close enough to Sun, Feng, Jean and co. It's been a great performance from Great Britain, but China are on the edge here.
Attack. Parade post. Parade contre riposte. Touche. Point. Un garde. Prêt. Allez. Out. Attaque. Non valable. Un garde. Prêt. Allez. Out, attack, no valable.
Well, Piers Gilliver will take from this a lot of positives. Currently on points, beating Sun. A weapon that is not his favoured up against the Paralympic champion. A great performance by the Brit. Just given such an enormous task, though.
Out, attack, parade riposte, no valable. Un garde. Prêt, allez. Out, attaque non valable.
Gilliver making this incredibly hard work for Sun Gang. He is not giving anything away here. You can see how hard he's having to make his competitor work. I think the two athletes just enjoying the input from the volunteers and the situation of how much movement is going on between these two athletes who are both just such electric fencers. Piers, a specialist in sabre and épée, and Sun gave us a masterclass in foil in the Paralympic individual final. It's quite incredible fencing for the Brit here.
Yeah, you got to win this, China. If you want it, you've got to beat us. I'm going to make you work for the last hit.
Well, the Brit is absolutely fired up here. Piers Gilliver is beating the Paralympic champion in this event by 3 points. If you looked at the individual points, obviously we are looking at the overall picture and Great Britain are still trailing by 10. Sun Gang might have potentially come into this just thinking, well, going to wrap this up. Only 5 points required. And as you said, Karen, Great Britain are not going to give this to China.
No.
Well, there it is. That is the hit that Sun Gang was waiting for. The People's Republic of China were made to work for it, but they have regained the title. They are Paralympic champions in this men's foil team event for the 5th time in a row. But I think both fencers enjoyed that moment, and we certainly enjoyed getting to watch some incredible fencing.
Foil team competition, the People's Republic of China.
You can see from the response of the Chinese athletes, they knew they were in a fight, and they came over and they congratulated the British trio, and quite rightly so. Sun was special in the foil competition here in the Grand Palais.
Et mesdames et messieurs, son médaillé d'argent. Applaudissements pour la Grande-Bretagne.
Silver medalist, just like in Tokyo 3 years ago. Give it up for Great Britain.
My lover's got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. My lover's got no power, he's got his strong beliefs. My lover's got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My lover's got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. More and more, people just want more and more to tell my love what he's living for. More and more, people just want more and more to tell my love what he's living for. Free from desire, mind and senses purified. Free from desire, mind and senses purified. Free from desire, mind and senses purified. Free from desire.
Et bien évidemment, restez avec nous dans quelques minutes. La cérémonie des vainqueurs. Encore une fois, vos applaudissements, la République populaire de Chine. Et les applaudissements pour la Grande-Bretagne.
Coming up next in just a few minutes, don't go anywhere. We have the victory ceremony for both women and men's foil competition.
Et si on vient d'applaudir les équipes médaillées, les champions paralympiques, les médaillés d'argent, on va tous ensemble réserver une ovation pour tous nos volontaires. Ils travaillent incroyablement tout au long de cette journée. On peut les applaudir très fort.
Make some noise for the volunteers.
Grand Palais. Du fleuret d'âme, compétition par équipe.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's foil team.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Well, the podium is set for the women's foil team victory ceremony.
Les médailles
Fresh
seront remises par
off the bronze and gold medal matches.
Ms. Annick Tavernier, directrice des Jeux Paralympiques au Comité international paralympique.
Paralympic Games Director of the International Paralympic Committee.
Accompanied by Mr. Arnaud Schneider, délégué technique pour l'escrime fauteuil.
Wheelchair fencing technical delegate.
Les médaillés de bronze représentant l'Italie.
Bronze medalists representing Italy.
Well, this nation known for their celebrations. And I don't think the smiles have left their faces since that victory over the team from Hong Kong, China.
Ionela Andrea Mogos. Rosanna Pasquino. Loredana Triglia. Beatrice Maria Vioglandis.
Well, they have given us plenty of delight over the last 3 Paralympic cycles. The team from Italy repeating the bronze in the same matchup that we saw 8 years ago in Rio, overcoming Hong Kong, China to win the bronze. They add this bronze medal and the one from Rio to the silver they won in Tokyo. And Bebe Vio on the left-hand side of the team, adding this bronze to the bronze from the individual event.
Médaillé d'argent représentant
Just shows you how much that medal means.
Hungary.
Hard-fought silver medal for the team of Hungary. They've flip-flopped with the team of Italy. Won a silver in Rio, and then back down to bronze in Tokyo. And now back on that second step here in Paris 2024.
Susanna Krajniak. Boglarka Mezo. Amaria Veres.
Hungary bringing on Amia Veres at the end. Not able to quite make up that deficit. The People's Republic of China put on a stunning performance. But all four team members playing their part in that final match. Susanna Krajniak, on the second from right, has just collected her 13th Paralympic medal. Incredible feat indeed at her 7th Paralympic Games.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champions representing the People's Republic of China.
Well, coming in to this event, this team, as individuals, had a total of 5 Paralympic medals from this Paralympic Games. And now they make it 6. They are most certainly getting used to this position on the podium. In the wheelchair fencing, China currently, well, with 5 gold medals now. It was 4 coming into this competition, 4 silvers and 3 bronze. And that's not including the men's event. You'll see that medal ceremony shortly. Absolute dominant force in wheelchair fencing. And the Grand Palais is getting rather accustomed to the national anthem of the People's Republic of China.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la République populaire de Chine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the anthem of the People's Republic of China.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Well, they came in as defending champions. People's Republic of China never looked in doubt of regaining that title. Hungary move into the silver position, and Italy the bronze, a swap from those positionings 3 years ago. But still, the podium contains Hungary, People's Republic of China and Italy for the second year at these Paralympic Games.
semi-victoire pour le fleuret of compétition par équipe. Coming up in just a few moments, the men's pole team victory ceremony.
And we'll find the truth. Feel the light on the pain, kiss the sky and make it rain. Getting close, breaking through, confidence looks good on you. Feel the light on the pain, kiss the sky and make it rain. I can feel the power. Running through my veins, getting louder, calling out my name, and it feels like sunlight in the night sky shines on my mind. You do me, I do you, feed me lies and we'll find the truth. Feel the light on the pain, kiss the sky and we'll make it rain. Getting close, breaking through, confidence looks good on you. Feel the light on the pain, kiss the sky and we'll make it rain. I can feel the fire, but it
spirit takes flight, 'cause I am alive.
La cérémonie des vainqueurs du fleuret homme compétition par équipe.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's foil team.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Hot off the piste, the three teams making up the podium for the men's foil team victory ceremony. People's Republic of China, Great Britain and France.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Mr. Arnaud Schneider, délégué technique pour l'escrime fauteuil.
Wheelchair Fencing Technical Delegate.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Ms. Lynn Appin, membre du conseil d'administration de World Ability Sport.
World Ability Sport Governing Board Member.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant la France.
Bronze medalist representing France.
And it was a nail-biting bronze medal match up against Italy. A lot of difficult matchups and some tense moments indeed that kept us on the edge of our seats.
Johan Peter. Damien Tocatlian. Maxime Vallée.
Oh, Maxime Vallée having fun there, awaiting the bronze medal around his neck. And this French team on repeat, bronze medalists at the last 3 Paralympic Games. And they've certainly given something to the crowd here in the Grand Palais. It was electric. It felt like a gold medal match, that victory. Damien Tocatlian at the age of 54. He's loving every minute of this.
Médaillé d'argent représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
Silver medalist representing Great Britain.
Well, what a match it was. They were up against the favourites, the defending champions, and they certainly made the People's Republic of China sweat and work for that victory. The final scoreline maybe not reflecting.
Here's Gulliver. Oliver Lam-Watson.
Well, it is a repeat of the silver medal they won in Tokyo. But this time, Dimitri Kutia adding that to the gold medal he won in the individual Category B event. Here's Gilliver with a silver so far in the sabre. He's got the épée yet to come, his favoured weapon. And Oliver Lamb-Watson with his first medal at the Paralympic Games in Paris.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique représentant la République populaire de Chine.
Gold medalists and Paralympic champions representing the People's Republic of China. Feng Yangke. Sun Gang. Tian Jianquan. Zhong Saichun.
They were favourites, and they were defending champions. And my goodness, they are one incredibly strong team. As individuals, already 4 medals from this Paralympic Games between them. And now there are 4 gold medals around the necks of the team from the People's Republic of China. You know what comes next? I think anyone in the Grand Palais will be expecting the national anthem of the People's Republic of China.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la République populaire de Chine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the anthem of the People's Republic of China.
Mesdames et messieurs les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Well, now 5 times in a row for the People's Republic of China in this men's team foil event. Absolutely dominant. And it's starting to turn into a theme for Great Britain. A second time on the podium for them since leaping onto the team scene 3 years ago in Tokyo with that silver, which they repeat here today. And France overcoming Italy, much to the delight of this home crowd.
La session d'aujourd'hui est terminée. Nous espérons que vous avez apprécié la compétition et vous remercions de votre participation aux Jeux Paralympiques de Paris 2024. Avant de partir, n'oubliez pas de vérifier que vous avez tous vos effets personnels.
Well, it was an evening of team competition. We had new Paralympic champions crowned in both the men's and the women's foil event, and it was the defending champions from the People's Republic of China in both of those events that repeated their performances to put them back on top of the medal table. 6 gold medals now for the team from China. 13 medals in total at these Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. Hungary, Italy, Great Britain and France joining the podium action here in the Grand Palais. This was the end of day 3 of the wheelchair fencing. We move on to épée for the final 2 days of competition.